This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welton Rheaume has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rheaume, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rheaume can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rheaume can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. Lenny Locksmith in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slomin's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house!
Get out of the house! Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yes, sir. It is hump day. You have made it halfway. Couple more days. You're in the weekend. Although, for me, there is no weekend. It just kind of weaves into one day after another. Anyway, good morning, boys and girls.
Your camera's not on.
I'm not. Oh, my camera's not on. Well, that's not good, actually. The camera's not on is not good. Now, all right. Was the audio on at least? Or the camera's not on, the audio's not on? I don't know. How does that go? So do I have to say good morning again? Is that what I have to do?
No, they could hear you, just no...
they could hear me. Okay. All right, good. Oh, yeah, it's like when we do the interviews without a picture. Okay, I got it. All right, well, good morning again. And we are in recovery mode, of course, from last night. The Killers and Johnny Marr got home a little late. Got to have a little honey and lime. Anyway, so we got a loaded show for you today, as always. And we are ready to rock. We got a bunch of topics to talk about. Had a great time last night at the AAA. The Killers sounded fantastic. The show was electrifying. Johnny Marr was fantastic. I wish it was more than 8 songs. That's why I'm so glad that at times you get to see some artists or bands in smaller clubs when they're headlining on their own, so you can kind of see a whole set. You know, like the other night, I went to the 80s show over in Pompano Beach, and Wang Chung was one of the bands there. And I walked away going, I gotta go see Wang Chung, by themselves in a smaller club so I can see a full set, because they still sounded absolutely fantastic. So it was actually really cool. So, with Johnny, I saw him at the Culture Room. I don't know. Anybody that's out there, you know what I'm talking about. He came to the Culture Room, I want to say about maybe 4 years ago, something like that. It was pre-pandemic. And the place was packed. And obviously he did a full set with the Messengers. That's his band. And he did, several Smith songs. Yesterday, he did 3 Smith songs and 1 electronic song. And that was cool. Love that. I could tell that most of the people around had no idea about the electronic stuff, which was entertaining. But it was cool. It was cool. It was a really good show yesterday. I had floor seats at first, so I stayed on the floor for Johnny Marr, and then my buddy was sitting on the side of the stage, and I noticed during the Johnny Marr set that a couple seats around him were kind of empty, and this was literally next to the stage. If you check out my videos and my pictures, you'll see, the Johnny Marr ones, I'm in front of him. And then on the Killers, I'm right on the side of the stage, but it was right there. So it was really, really cool, actually. And it sounded great. So they did a really nice job for even the people that were sitting on the sides. At the audio, sometimes you lose some generational sound from it, but he didn't this time. And I give them credit for that. They did a nice job of setting up kind of more of a surround inside that arena. So it was good. It was good. It was a really good show last night. I really enjoyed it. If anybody was at the show, you know what I'm talking about. I was an excellent show. I see Brian Walters is in, Jose Banos, Rick DeMan is in. He says, crazy how Connor Williams was the highest graded center in the league in week 1. Maybe we do need to put our faith in our coaching staff. Of course. I mean, look, the offensive line issues have been going on for long time, right? Well, McDaniel knows offensive line, Frank knows offensive line, and Applebaum's an offensive line coach. So you brought in 3 guys, including Frank, who's a former center himself. So there's a lot of experience on offensive line play. We at first we have to always kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? Unless you hire a coach that already had a track record of being crappy, and then you bring him in, and I can see where you don't want to give him the benefit of the doubt from the get-go, that he's got to earn your benefit of the doubt. But when it's a brand new coach like this, I like to start off with, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Okay, not that you earned it, but I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt because there's a reason why they hired you. Okay, so show me that you know what the hell you're doing. And the examples have already been there from the get-go. The way he communicates, the way his team has responded. I've already mentioned this several times. Did they not look prepared in practice? Did they not look prepared in the scrimmages against other teams? Did they not look prepared in preseason games? Did they not look prepared or better prepared than the Patriots? Yes to all of that. So all of a sudden you see Greg Little playing better than you saw him before. You saw Austin Jackson play better than you saw him before. If you're starting to see improvement from players, and even the offensive line play was slightly better, not anything great shakes, but it's moving in the right direction. And everything is moving in the right direction. So for now, Mike McDaniel should have the benefit of the doubt. If they feel they don't need another corner, well, guess what, dude? They knew something about Kader Kohu. Right? Because you and I were saying, well, you know, and I kept telling you, well, they're not flinching. Offensive line injury or concern. Nope, not flinching. They every time they showed us they weren't. So there's a reason. And so far they have not looked stupid. So when they start looking, when they start looking Nathaniel Hackish, then we can start to take away. Like, right, this week, if you're a Broncos fan, that's a knock right there, Nathaniel. Yeah, no, dude, you just, you came in, we gave you the benefit of the doubt, but oh, dude, now you stained it a little bit here. Now you got to strike, right? If you're Nathaniel Hackett, do we have any strikes from Mike McDaniel? No. So yes, we got to give him the benefit of the doubt until he proves us otherwise. That's what we've done with Gase. That's what we did with Flo. That's what we did with Cam Cameron. That's what we did with Sperano. That's what we do with all the coaches. If you're going to be fair with somebody, you're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. You're going to say, okay, we're starting fresh. You have earned the benefit of the doubt. Go out and do your thing. What you can't do is lose our trust. And that's what Flo and Gase and Sperano and Cam Cameron and everybody else did. You know what I mean? But Cam started screwing up right from the get-go. That was a problem. Even before you took the field, he already had like moments, of Ted Ginn and his family, and we're going to turn that thumb right side up, and, all the stupid crap that he would say, and, stuff that would throw you off and all that. And you're like, whoa, who is this dude? That kind of stuff. So it's he has earned that right. And every time they've been right on it, man. They've been right on it. So he liked things like he said this week about the offensive line. He goes, hey, there were things that I liked, and then there are things we got to clean up. So let's find out. We will find out if he continues to clean things up and get them better. But at the moment, they're 1-0. That game was never, ever in doubt. Okay, let me repeat that again. That game was never, ever in doubt. He made the gutsy call at 4th and 7. I mean, it's hard to go against the man. And we have to give him, as Dolphin fans, the benefit of the doubt until he loses it. And hopefully, let's hope he doesn't lose it like the rest of the coaches that we've had over the years. So let's hope that that's the case. Gus says, Big O, you're also live on Cuts. Yes, we are. We're doing that all week for the hell of it. Going to be live on both just in case people run into Cuts, all that good stuff. So there you go. And we get the other channel some extra views and stuff like that. So it's really good. So if you're watching us on Cuts or you're watching us here on the mothership, either way, we are airing it on both. And we're doing that throughout the week. David Spear says, morning from the UK. Let's see. What do we got here? Let's see. Alex T, Max Joint, Jamie Zorria out in San Jose to Extreme. And Jamie, that's right. Smash that like button. John Yang in, Chris Doherty. Let's see what else. Dolphins offense is better than Ravens defense, and if we play defense like we did last year, I think we will be fine. Thoughts? Yeah, I agree. Listen, man, it's all about the offense complementing the defense. You just can't be. And what I loved about what McDaniel says that the defense the team belongs to the defense, and that's kind of have a carrot dangling in front of the offense, and I love how he tore down the curtain that Dave Wannstedt wouldn't want to tear down, that Flo wouldn't want to tear down, that probably Adam Gase wouldn't want to tear down, that Sperano probably wouldn't tear down either. Nobody's ever come out and say, yeah, no, this is the defense's team. Even though we all knew it. Didn't matter who was, in the Cam Wake years, the JT years, what's going on now. Didn't matter. We all knew it. We would say it, but I never saw a coach say what McDaniel did. And why not? The guys in the locker room are thinking it. The coaches know it. The fans know it. The media knows it. But nobody ever says it. McDaniel was the only one that's had the balls to say, hey, man, this is the defense's team until we prove it, until we do something on offense. That's refreshing as hell, I got to say. The Ted Ginn draft still depresses me to this day. Oh, man. Well, it wasn't Ted Ginn's fault. That's for sure. He turned out to have a hell of a career for himself. Solid career anybody would give to have his career, right? Solid career. That ain't going to Hall of Fame or isn't a perennial Pro Bowl or anything, but the dude played 10 plus years in the league. You play that long, it's pretty damn good, bro. You're pretty awesome overall. He wasn't worthy of the number 9 overall pick. That's not his fault. That was the people that picked him. But he did his job. He played. All right, we are awaiting Kurt Heelan. Let me bring Ira Winderman aboard as we await Kurt Heelan. So, Ira, I saw Wade not returning to TNT, and a couple things came to mind.
Sure.
And Marino was one of them. One, you're an owner. You really shouldn't be involved in any of this stuff because you really can't be completely objective and all that stuff. And then two, you're kind of like Marino on the air. You know, Dan Marino's my favorite player of all time in football. That's fine. But on the air, he was just a guy. There was no edge to him whatsoever. And when I look at Wade also, they're not losing a great broadcaster. They're a guy that brings an edge. You know what I'm saying? So in the end, it's just, probably the better move for Wade, because you can only be put in a bad position at one point or another if you're a part-time owner there. Yeah, so I just think it's actually the smartest move for him to step away.
Actually, I've just received a text from Kurt. If someone can send him a new link, he will join us momentarily.
Go ahead,
as far as Dwayne goes, you know what, Dwayne always has wanted to be the best or among the best. And I honestly think because of the blockbuster TNT Inside the NBA show with Barkley and Kenny Smith and Shaq and Ernie, I realized he thought it was just an uphill fight. Just like these ESPN shows, they've tried 95,000 different formats, from Bill Simmons to Jalen Rose to Stephen A. Smith, and they go back and forth. So I think Dwayne realized, hey, this is something in life. Someone is better than me. There's just a better option out there for people, so I can keep banging my head against the wall on Tuesdays, knowing people just can't wait till Thursdays for the real show. So you move on. I think it makes sense. I think it's what he sort of did as a player. He realized, you know what? Dwayne Wade in 2016, I'm not the same player I was. The young guys are catching up and making up ground, so I will move on to the next step in my career. The NBA does allow owners to do broadcasting. Shaq had a stake in the Sacramento Kings for years. He's still, of course, like I mentioned, on Inside the NBA, so you still have that. But I do wish there was more of a separation, sort of a church and state in that, because you can wind up in moments. Because, I mean, look at right now, and I'm going to talk to Kurt about this, the whole Robert Sarver story. How untoward or uncomfortable would it be for one owner to criticize another fellow owner?
Right.
But on the other hand, it has to be done. If you're going to be a television or broadcast commentator, you have to address that as well. So I think this sort of maybe took something off of Dwayne's plate that'll be easier for him to handle anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there on the Sarver situation. Wow. It seems to me like the league is trying to do everything they possibly can because they can't kick him out.
Why?
So they're trying.
Why can't they kick him out?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'm assuming that they can't kick him out. They haven't found enough to kick him out, I guess.
Well, they kicked out Donald Sterling because they had the smoking gun of the.
But is this more Cubanish than Sterling-ish? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I what I think this is more of it's more stuff. It's just not the smoking gun of here's the video. You know, this to me is like Ray Rice's domestic violence in the NFL versus all the reports. When you saw the elevator video in Atlantic City, Ray Rice was done. No one could stomach that. And so I sort of hate that our society is everyone has to have their cameras out and shooting a video for something to take hold. You would think in the legal process and this legal team they had talking about all these things with Robert Sarver. I mean, you know, the thing is with Donald T. Sterling, and again, they were reprehensible. There was 1 through 20 of hideous acts of personitude. Right. With Robert Sarver, it seems like there's 1 through infinity when it comes to that list. But there's no smoking gun. There's no video. There's no here. Everyone in America can see this. Do you guys want him owning an NFL team? Sort of like Daniel Snyder. Daniel Snyder, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff with the Washington football team, but there was no one specific piece where you can go, oh my God, this is ghastly. I hate that about our society, that unless you have a video of what happened, whether it was in Minneapolis 2 summers ago or something like that, people just want to sort of blow it off and move ahead. You know what? The NBA is run by lawyers. They were run by David Stern, Adam Silver. There's been legal teams and people involved. You would think they would trust the legal process enough to know this is real, it is damaging, it is reprehensible. And instead, it's almost like they're still waiting for someone. They're almost saying, hey, anyone who has ever worked for the Phoenix Suns, please, if you have an audio tape or a piece of video, get it to us, and then we can move on. And based on the way he's shaking his head, I would think Kurt agrees.
Yeah. No, yeah. Go ahead.
No,
Kurt.
Absolutely. And the other thing that was different with Sterling, because of that audio tape, sponsors, Red Bull, Kia, Straight Farm started pulling back. And as soon as it hit the bottom line, there were changes. That hasn't happened yet here.
And this won't hit the bottom line?
It hasn't yet.
Well, then the bottom line people are pretty reprehensible also, unless they have their sponsor on the Big O Show.
Yeah.
I guess it's Phoenix and not LA, not New York. And so maybe that's why. I'm not exactly sure.
I don't think decency has geographic boundaries, Big O.
Okay, so then the oddest thing is he's had so many run-ins with so many people. Well, if you have those people as witnesses,
they do.
And you have enough witnesses. Shouldn't that be enough proof? You know what I'm saying? And that's the part that, I mean, I'm sure a lot of those people he had run-ins with, a lot of them are probably very credible people. And so you can probably use them, you know, and there's one thing about Sarver, credibility does not fly with him. So that's something that, you know, I don't know. It's just the weirdest thing. All right, let's get into a hardcore hour of NBA and Miami Heat talk. It's the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show right now.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And welcome back to another week of Inside the Paint, redrecover.com, our sponsor. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel, where it's 9 a.m.-ish, and I'm fine and I'm awake, and that's Kurt Heelan at about 6 a.m. or so out in Los Angeles for Pro Basketball Talk at NBCSports.com. And just when you think we'd be in the doldrums and there'd be nothing to talk about 2 weeks before the start of camp, next week, our last show before camp opens, I'll be joining you from training camp 2 Wednesdays from now, and it'll get real. We get the Robert Sarver bombshell. And I'm trying to localize this, although not the reprehensible activity, to sort of give some perspective, Kurt. And my question to you is this, just so people know, and I'm not going through the allegations, because I don't think even redrecover.com would want us to use those kind of words.
No.
There were a bunch of misogynistic, sexist, and just reprehensible things that have been chronicled for years and years and years by majority owner Robert Sarver of the Phoenix Suns, to the point the NBA has suspended him for 1 year, fined him $10 million, and my thought is still look for a smoking gun to force him out the way they did Donald T. Sterling. My question to Kurt is, from a basketball standpoint, especially since you have a player like Jae Crowder interested in the Heat, possibly wanting to get out from the Suns. Kurt, a couple of things here. Number one, do you think Phoenix Suns players can report to camp in about 10 days as business as usual? And what do you expect from inside the player/coaching camp of the Phoenix Suns?
That is going to be one of the more interesting questions, because Chris Paul is kind of a leader in this front, right? I mean, you were talking about the former head of the Players Union and a guy who isn't afraid to stand up to ownership, but will he stand up to the guy who signs the paychecks here? I fear, as somebody who, like you, thinks that it sounds like thinks the league went light on Sarver here.
Yes.
That he's going to show up and think, we're not thinking, but say, look, man, I'm just here about the basketball. Like, that's a league issue. This is a contending team, or look, they won 64 games last year. We can debate where they are in the contention list in a deeper West now, but this is a very good team with a chance. He is going to be 37, 38 and trying to, get those. He's not got a lot of chances left. And that he's going to look at, they're just going to be, and I'm pretty sure Monty Williams will come in and say the same thing, which is, that was reprehensible. The league has settled on a fine. That's fine, and punishment. That's fine. I want to move ahead. If they do that, if there's not a pushback from what got Donald Sterling in trouble, beyond, like you said, it starts with the actual, it's just the visceral reaction you got to listening to that audio, right? Like just sponsors started pulling out, player backlash. I mean, they almost boycotted that game, but you also had LeBron at the time and all these other players going, there's just no spot for Sterling in our league. That you had all these players stepping up. I don't think it's an accident, Ira, that the NBA dropped this week, in the deadest week of the NBA season, when nobody's around to, like, if they dropped this even during training camp in 3 weeks, you would have been asking Heat players about it. You would be on that.
And probably still will. And Kurt, all I kept thinking about was how the Suns were basically the favorite last season for most of the season to win the title. And what would have been the visual of Adam Silver presenting the championship trophy to Robert Sarver, and that would have been the photo we all would have used yesterday when we were writing about this story. Part two to me is this. So let's say you have someone like a Jae Crowder, beloved one-year Heat player, helped get him to the 2020 NBA Finals, has been all over social media hinting not so subtly about how maybe if you guys want to go with Cam Johnson and go younger, I can go somewhere else. And hey, I live over there in Miami, wouldn't mind that. He's been pretty clear about that. Even retweeted Ira Winderman, thank you, helping grow that social media follower count. What if a player goes into camp and uses this as a little bit of a bargaining tool? So Jae Crowder shows up the first day of Suns camp and says, I cannot play for an organization that is still owned by this person, even though he is on a 1-year suspension. There's no real recourse for the NBA. Like, what does the NBA do with a player like that who chooses to make a stand, or even on a higher moral ground, another player who says any owner who uses the N-word is not someone who I can help finance his business? What does the NBA do then, Kurt?
Yeah, I wouldn't, by the way, be shocked if Jay in particular is using this as, he's, like you said, he wanted out well before this dropped. I think in that case, I don't know that the NBA can. He's pushing his way out. I think they're going to accommodate the request, because I get a sense the league would like this to just go away. That's part of, again, why I think it dropped when it dropped, so that by the time we get to training camp, we've already discussed the second and third Dolphins games and, whatever else is going on in the world by that point, and in the sports world by that point. We're getting close to baseball playoffs and all that stuff. They are hoping the focus spotlight moves away really quickly, so that when training camp opens, people can dodge this question once and move on, including the Suns. I don't know that I'm comfortable letting that happen, but if somebody steps forward and says, hey, this isn't acceptable, I think you're going to see that player get moved pretty quickly. And if they want to make that broader statement that you did, I think that's what's really interesting here, is that I still think part of the reason Sarver got the punishment he got is that there's a lot of owners in glass houses who don't want to start throwing stones, Ira. There are a lot.
You know what?
And I don't think that's Miami, but I think there are plenty of others.
No, I'm going to interrupt you right here, because I'm going to the chat board, our YouTube chat board. Feel free to join us here at Inside the Paint, RedRecover.com, our sponsor. And Steve Rose here asked a question. He says, so the owner of the Miami Heat is so perfect, having invested millions and millions in China. Okay, we know that is the absolute sort of don't touchstone issue with the NBA, whether it was Daryl Morey or anyone else. So you're right. It's that if you sort of saying, okay, this is reprehensible, but in a totalitarian state, this is allowed to have your investments. So this whole juggling act, and we know that Adam Silver is going to talk at the Board of Governors this week. I can only imagine the legal, two-step he does there as he tries to tap dance around the whole thing. How does the NBA say, okay, this and this is reprehensible and not allowed, but this and this is sort of the cost of doing business, which we absolutely saw with the Daryl Morey issue, and almost, how this is, begging to get NBA games back in China, begging to get that NBA market going also. So how fine a line are we here? Or is misogyny and sexism and the N-word where you have to draw that hard and fast line?
I think that this is sort of slightly different situations. I think you can make like the argument that if you're going to draw this moral line, you shouldn't draw that moral line. But Adam Silver has pushed the whole concept of soft diplomacy, for lack of a better word. You know, hey, we're going to make a bigger difference in China if we're projecting our values there by playing games, and they're seeing, you know, Pride Night or what, you know, and whatever else you want to, you know, push out there. That's better for the league. It's also, let's just be blunt, it's really much better for the league's bottom line. Robert Sarver being the owner or not being the owner doesn't affect the NBA's bottom line that much. At least it hasn't yet. Like, again, if sponsors start to pull out, if this snowballs, that's a different story. As it stands now, that's part of it. That it doesn't really change anything. I think Orlando was onto something earlier when he said, you know, in our pre-talk to the Inside the Paint Red Recover show, when he was saying it's Phoenix. It's not, which is a purple state, we'll put it kindly. Like, but
depending who's counting the votes,
yeah,
and if there's any Chinese residue on the ballots,
right? But it's not Los Angeles, and like I said, I think because there's not this player pushback and this owner. I mean, it's frustrating because Donald Sterling had decades of pretty horrific stuff, and it still took a change in the commissioner and a smoking gun to get him out. I don't know that without that kind of push that anything's gonna change for Robert Sarver. And I got a feeling he kind of read the room and said, I'm going to keep my head down. What was his statement? I'm going to forget the exact wording, but basically, I don't agree with everything in there, but I accept responsibility. He's going to keep his head down for a year and just everybody's going to hope this blows over. As the league is going to draw that moral line, though, that kind of workplace intolerance is something they don't accept because that's not part of their core values. We could debate how well they're living up to that, but I think that's where the league is going to try to draw that line, even though I think for a lot of fans, that distinction is much more murky.
And I don't want to belabor this too much because I want to get back to talk about basketball and on the court. Yeah. But one last question about this, because I was talking to my wife about this, and she was saying, don't kid yourself, NBA players in the end chase money. NBA recruiting is not necessarily like college recruiting. Well, they will badmouth anyone, as we saw between Jimbo Fisher and Nick Saban, earlier this summer. It's kind of fun, but that's another story for another sport. But so you go into free agency, Phoenix eventually gets themselves some money. Player X comes into Miami or another city, and the player goes, well, it's down to you between sort of here and Phoenix. And the owner goes, well, do you want to play for an owner who is acknowledged, is on the record legally as having used the N-word 5 times, even after he was admonished? Do you want to play for someone like that? So let me ask you this. We all have higher moral grounds. We all have certain feelings of what's right and what's not. We all have families to feed. We all have income to earn. An NBA player is only going to play for 5, maybe the best 10 years or so anyway. Will NBA players not go to Phoenix as long as Robert Sarver is the owner? Or is the fact that we knew for years Donald Sterling, even in his business practice, was a terrible, terrible, terrible person, and people still went to the Los Angeles Clippers? So let me ask you this. Next summer, we know Robert Sarver is going to be weeks away from coming back. We're going to be in Vegas Summer League during free agency, and some players going to sign with the Phoenix Suns. Do you think this will hurt free agent traffic? Or do you think for the Suns, money will talk because it seemingly talks everywhere in the NBA?
Ira, as you well know, your wife is right. Like, I don't really think this is not going to change anything. I don't think money-wise. Like you said, I mean, it wasn't just players. It wasn't just that they drafted, to use the Clippers as the example. It wasn't just that they drafted and kept, Blake Griffin around. Chris Paul came there as a free agent. I think if the money's there, and that is still, by the way, a team, that's going to have to figure out who's going to evolve after Chris Paul, right? Like they're still going to have Devin Booker, they're going to have DeAndre Ayton, they're going to have this nice team on the court. They're going to be recruiting other big names to come there. I don't want to say it doesn't play a role because going back to the Clippers, Jerry West pulled that card with Kobe Bryant. Like you're going to go play with that guy? I mean,
yes.
Whatever you think of Dr. Buss and his family, it ain't that, right? Like, I think there will be a little of that, but I think at the end of the day, and this is, I think, true of Miami recruiting against Milwaukee, or that's a bad example because they're good right now, Memphis, Portland, whatever. You have certain advantages, but at the end of the day, if that other team is offering more, more playing time and more money, that's going to matter most. And Phoenix will still be able to recruit players. I don't think it changes that much unless it gets uglier.
And before we end the segment, just going back to our YouTube chat board and on our Inside the Paint, redrecover.com show, I was asked if we saw the picture of LeBron James on his crown-shaped float. Of course we did. We have social media. He's LeBron. He does it. We look at it. Quick question here from Terry, who asked, do you think Jae Crowder will be moved before camp? I don't think Phoenix has to move Jae Crowder. I don't think Jae Crowder has a lot of options right now. I think this is more of an eventual thing if Cam Johnson fits in, if they wind up. So, Kurt, training camp early in the season, Jae Crowder, where do you think he is?
I don't think it's Miami. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I don't think it's Phoenix. I do think he wants out. I have heard, and I'm not the only person saying this, that they are really starting to lean into Cam Johnson for the offensive reasons. He shoots a better three ball. He's certainly, with all due respect to Jae Crowder, Cam's a little more athletic at this point in their careers. That they're leaning into that, and they're going to give Cam Johnson. Man, they didn't make any moves. They are running it back with a team that I remember the last time we saw them. Remember that game, that final game against Dallas when they got the doors blown off them in the first 6 minutes. Man, that's what's next. They have got to make some changes, and Cam Johnson might be one of them. And Jae Crowder is not at the point in his career where he's not Jared Dudley, man. He wants to be out there playing. And
so real quick, because I want to get to our next segment, because I know this segment's going long. Number one, if you're the Miami Heat, would you touch your cachet of future first-round picks for Jae Crowder?
Ooh.
Yes or no questions?
Yes, if it's heavily protected.
Okay, number two, would you give up your Duncan Robinson salary cap card that might be your only way to balance a bigger trade? Yes or no?
I don't know that I'd have to, but it would be one or the other. I wouldn't do the picks. I hate to do the picks, and I don't know what Jay makes off the top of my head.
And around Duncan Robinson money. And number three, would you give up one of those two and a young piece like a Strus, a year 7, or a Gabe Vincent in addition?
No. Now we're getting too much.
Okay,
Jay's a rental, man.
And after the break, we come back on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. I want to talk about personnel moves and whether we will see any more ahead of camp, whether it will be a busy preseason. And I want to start with our good Miami Heat friend, Danny Ainge, who has a lot of chips he has to unload. I'm a Jared Vanderbilt guy, and I want to get into that. I heard Evan Cohen talking about it on Sirius XM Radio. I thought that was an interesting name. So we're going to talk about shopping in Salt Lake, whether there might be Miami Heat options there, and how busy these ensuing 2 weeks before camp might be. That's after this break on redrecover.com, Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's Kurt Heelan, out in Los Angeles from NBCSports.com and Pro Basketball Talk. We both write a lot of stuff, so click on our stuff when you get a chance. And we're back with RedRecover.com Inside the Pain Show. Segment 2, if you missed segment 1, go to our podcast for the Big O Show, where you can hear our thoughts on Robert Sarver, where we thought the Phoenix Suns might and will go moving forward. Want to advance this now to another team and related to the Heat, and that's the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz held a press conference unlike any I'm sure I've ever heard before from this perspective, Kurt. Usually when guys move out the door, you thank them for their service, you tell them how good as soldiers they were and how much they helped. Hell, we heard it with Deion Waiters here. We heard it with James Johnson. No matter who they move out, Michael Beasley, Hassan Whiteside, they thank them no matter what it was like before. Danny Ainge got on stage on the podium there in Utah and spoke about how it wasn't working, how there was no chemistry, how this didn't work with Rudy Gobert, it didn't work with Donovan Mitchell, and we're better off without him. And I was like, whoa. But then as I was listening, I said to myself, this does not sound like a guy who's done. This is a guy who, you know what, Kurt, people are saying he's going to tear it down to the studs. I'm not so sure he's not going to tear it down to the nails, to the baseboards, till there's nothing left. So there's a bunch of names. I'm going to throw out all these names just in order. Let me know if you disagree, Kurt, with any of these, that they might be keepers. So my thought is Bogdan Bogdanovic, Mike Conley Jr., Malik Beasley, Jared Vanderbilt.
I will say that I have heard they might keep Beasley for a while.
Young enough, right?
Right.
Young enough.
Look, the right offer, everybody's available, but I heard Beasley is one where they might hang on.
So I just think there's a bunch of names there for Utah. So my question is this. We see this before NFL camps. We see this during the preseason of the NFL. We see it in the NBA. Everyone loves their teams right now. Teams are filling out. You're allowed to have a maximum of 20. The Heat have 19. Even they have another spot. But it's almost like the Heat are saying, as weird as it sounds, well, we're already have worked with Jamal Cain and Jeremy Bouye and Orlando Robinson for the last 6 weeks. They've been in the gym. These are our summer league guys. We want to give them a shot. We want to give them a shot in camp. We want to give them a shot in the preseason. And we want to see, honestly, in the G League, if we can get that sort of diamond in the rough. The Heat have 14 players under standard contract, which is all they can afford for all those people throwing me names of other players they could bring in. They have their two-way players who are flexible. Matter of fact, we saw Atlanta this week cut one two-way player to add Jared Culver on a two-way deal. So two-way contracts are not worth the paper they're written on. They're non-guaranteed. You can have one today. You're gone tomorrow. For now, the Miami Heat have Marcus Garrett and Darius Days. Kurt, do you think we'll see any other move of personnel significance before the September 26th media day and start of camp? Or do you think once we got resolution on Donovan Mitchell, once we have resolution on Kevin Durant, everyone is saying, let's stay copacetic and see what we have. What will this next 10 days or so, do you think, bring us in the personnel market?
Nothing major, but I do think like the Jazz could move. Look, there's absolutely interest from multiple teams in Bogdanovich, who he fits a lot of places. He is a guy who can do a little shot creation, defends pretty well, can play the 3 or small 4. That's a guy you can plug and play a lot of places at a pretty affordable salary, 19 and change. That's the one guy I keep hearing. There's interest in him. There's a lot of interest in the other guy who could move before camp is Jordan Clarkson. Simply because $13 million salary, and we know what he is. You look, if you're looking for a 6-man volume scorer, and there's a lot, I don't want to say every team, but there's a whole lot of teams that can plug and play Jordan Clarkson tomorrow. By the way, just for fantasy players out there, I'm just going to throw this out there while we're talking about the Jazz. Colin Sexton. If you play fantasy, he's really Colin Sexton.
Good numbers on a bad team. The Michael Porter Jr. of Utah. Yeah.
Yep. He's going to put up numbers for your fantasy team. He's not going to win a lot of games, but if you're looking for a guy in a later round who's just going to put up numbers for you.
Name I started thinking about, I was listening to Evan Cohen on NBA radio and Sirius XM, and he mentioned Jared Vanderbilt, who is a rebounding machine. Now, he might not fit the prototypic 3-and-D stretch, switchability, and things like that. I don't mean to put you on the spot, Kurt. I know you're out there in LA. So the Miami Heat right now have Caleb Martin probably as their projected starting power forward. They have a couple other ways they can go. In game, I think they're going to play Jimmy Butler at the 4. They can go bigger.
Yeah.
But Jared Vanderbilt, am I wrong? If you can get him for something not that tangible, maybe a very much protected first rounder or more likely second rounders,
yeah.
Would he not be the Heat's best option as the starting power forward? Jared Vanderbilt.
Best option, maybe. I mean, like you said, he doesn't bring a lot of offense. What he brings is hustle. What he brings is rebounding. What he brings is some athleticism. I don't know if he'd be absolutely better than Caleb Martin, but he, at very worst, he is part of your rotation, right? He is going to get you minutes and provide you something of real value. I absolutely think. Look, outside of Bogdanovich, personally, I don't think I'd give up a first for any of those guys. Bogdanovich, a late first, I could see because again, it's an expiring, very useful contract. But if you can get him for seconds, like you said, if you're not giving up anything of actual that's going to hurt you or of real consequence, then I would absolutely bring in Vanderbilt because if you're looking for depth around the 4, he is somebody who could he's 3-4, but defends, stretches, hits the glass hard, like you said. He's a guy who can fit on 29 other teams and bring something to the table.
No, and as a matter of fact, and I don't think this guy is a fit for the Heat because they have so many wings, but like you mentioned with Malik Beasley, just to sort of fill people in, before the Denver Nuggets had their own G League team, they would farm out players to any other team's G League team, and Malik Beasley spent a season with the Sioux Falls Skyforce, the Miami Heat's G League team up there in Dakota, so the Heat have a familiarity with him. They know what he could do. If they get thin in their wing rotation because they package out a Tyler Herro, maybe in January trade Victor Oladipo, I think that's an interesting name to the Heat because it's a player that they know something about. So my thoughts overall are I think the Heat are who they are with the 19 players they have going to camp, way more than you need. I think like every team, especially those players coming back from Eurobasket and other places, they're going to sit their veterans during the preseason. They're sort of, to me, overscheduled with 5 preseason games. I think 2's enough. I think 4 should be the maximum. I think anything beyond that is a cash grab. Not that I have anything against cash also. Want to ask you something, though, that someone on our chat board has brought up, and I'm going to put you on the spot so that he can't call me as soon as we're done with the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. And Brian Walters asked a question about how the Heat have there's so much money right now available in the NBA that why would a team, I think this was Brian's question, why would a team be so avoiding of the luxury tax when they're billion-dollar television deals, where we're hearing the salary cap is going to blow up next summer, it's going to be one of those years, that the Miami Heat could add a 15th standard player on their roster. They could fill out their power rotation to be in a better position. So, Kurt, take us through, and I want not only take us through how the mechanics work, but just also your thoughts. We're seeing several teams drawing the line at 14 players in their standard roster, one below the maximum. Is Mickey Harrison being cheap? Are these other owners being cheap? No. I know it's about business, but there seems to be just oodles of money oozing from the NBA.
First off, that 14th spot, not filling it, leaves you some flexibility for a down the line move. You do not have to create that roster spot. You don't have to eat any salary. It gives teams like the flexibility of having that spot. So they can bring somebody in if there's an injury or something, or some player's not filling the role you thought. You're like, hey, when we're going to go get player X, you can make a 2-for-1 kind of trade and fill some gaps. So teams like that flexibility. As for the tax part, look, there is a lot of money out there, and the owners are getting a little more of a flow of it right now. Because remember, during the pandemic, they were paying and not getting cash coming in, right? Like there were empty buildings for a while. The way the salary cap is structured over the next couple of years, the 10 million in the salary cap is expected to go up next year is pretty much the max it can go up. I think it's 10.4 is the max it can go up.
Right.
Because they're limiting it, trying to get some money back from what they lost. And this has been negotiated with the players and the players union. But there is a lot of money flowing in. But the other thing is for owners, outside of just their general, they're trying to make money. They're the general avoid. They're capitalists who generally would like to avoid the word tax. Beyond that, it's the tax itself is cumulatively punitive. Like the longer you're in the tax, the steeper that gets. If you're in the tax for multiple years, you start paying a penalty for being in there. So teams don't want to start that clock.
Okay.
Until in Miami's case, you might want to say, hey, we are contenders. We should be in the mix. We should be a team that's up there and paying that. And I think you can make that valid argument, but teams are hesitant to go into that number because they feel like once they start to clock, there's a limit and it starts to get really punitive. And unless you want to be Steve Ballmer or Joe Lacob and just shrug and deal with it, it starts to hit your bottom line.
And just to go to the chat board again, because it's something I've heard. This again is a question from Brian. He's bringing up Russell Westbrook as it relates to the Lakers. And Kurt, you're probably the same way I am. I get up early in the morning, go through whether it's Hoops Hype, my Twitter account, see what's out there. And we're at the time of year where anyone throws anything out there, see if it gains traction. There was a rumor a couple of weeks ago that if there's any place, I think this came out of Chicago, it might have been heavy.com, that could rehabilitate Russell Westbrook, it's the Miami Heat, and it would make sense. And all of a sudden, my Twitter feed and my DMs are being loaded up with how Russell Westbrook would work for the Miami Heat. Getting beyond the salary and how to make that work, because it can't. Let me ask you a simple question. You've seen him out there. You're out in LA. You've watched the Lakers through thick and thin. At some point, we have to make a decision on a player, whether he can be redeemed or whether he's a shot player that for all his athleticism and what he had when he was younger, hey, at some point it happens to all of us, whether we're losing our hair or losing our jumps or whatever, it's who we are. Can Russell Westbrook still be a viable NBA player, Kurt, number one? Two, can he be a viable rotation component on a contender from what you've seen out there in LA where you're based?
Physically, yes, he can. Like, you still put up like 18 points a game last year. Like, he can still get buckets. He is still an NBA level scorer. The problem isn't, is he good enough to still play in the NBA? He absolutely is. He can absolutely make a difference. The problem is fitting in. The problem is playing a role. Russell Westbrook is Russell Westbrook because, frankly, just in part because of the way he plays, the aggressive style he plays with, the swagger, the belief in himself that he had since, like, the first time I saw him play, I went to UCLA to go watch this guy named Kevin Love, who was supposed to be really good, and walked out of the building going, who's that guy? Like, where did this guy? And he went to high school out here, and I didn't know anything about him. Russell Westbrook, the way he carries himself, the problem is because of that, he isn't willing to accept. He's kind of a sixth man right now, right? Like he needs to accept a role. And part of the big problem last year in Los Angeles was he wasn't defending and would get angry when he was called out in meeting. He would get frustrated. He was not happy being called out in meetings for what was blatantly horrible defense. Right. He demanded to bring the ball up. You got LeBron James on the team, man. The offense runs through LeBron James, right? Like, he is your point guard. Russell Westbrook wasn't happy with his role there, and then he started to pout, and this whole thing's kind of spirals. If that hasn't changed, then I don't know where you fit him in Miami culture, right? Because or anywhere. Like, I don't know how he fits unless you want to put him on a bad team and let him just put up numbers.
Like Washington 2 years ago when he was getting his triple doubles every night and everyone said he was resurrected. And that goes back to what you were telling me, whether you're looking at what's going to happen with the Utah Jazz right now with Colin Sexton, what you've seen happen with Houston with Michael Porter Jr., that you always are going to sort of get a play. Someone has to score. Even if your team only scores 90 points a game, someone still has to score in the 20s. So there'll always be a player like that. My question with Russell Westbrook, though, is this. Miami has rehabilitated everyone. Certainly there is no set person behind Kyle Lowry at point guard for the Miami Heat who you could say, we ain't budging this guy. And that's no offense to Gabe Vincent right now. So if Russell Westbrook is even, let's say, bought out, don't think it's going to happen because it could be a trade chip. Russell Westbrook is the Miami Heat's backup point guard, not giving up a damn thing because the Lakers say, we're just sick of this guy coming in. Could that work?
Again, if he accepts the role, and I just don't know that he's there yet. He also, by the way, he has not given up a penny on a buyout. Like Russell Westbrook doesn't want to be bought out and play for the minimum. Like he does not want to be that guy. So I think the challenge with Westbrook is just getting him. Not everybody is Vince Carter, right? Like not everybody kind of gracefully accepts that their role has changed and they have to be something different over time. Westbrook has not gracefully accepted that.
I want to interrupt you there for a second for this reason. If Russell Westbrook is traded, it will be ostensibly for teams to get the Lakers 2 unprotected first-round picks.
Yes.
Almost wherever he is traded, whether you're hearing about the Knicks, whether we're hearing about the Jazz, wouldn't that team almost assuredly either buy him out or tell him to stay home?
Yeah. Oh, that is a $47 million expiring contract who happens to have a player attached at this point. Like and that's, again, like I said, I think he can still play in the NBA. I think there could be a role for him, but that's not how the market views him. The teams that you were talking about trading him to, San Antonio kind of comes up a lot because they'll have cap space. Utah, those teams are cut. Those teams are just buying him out. They're just waving him. And if he's not going to help them out, then they're going to send him home. Nobody is talking about bringing him in as a key player for a role right now, which is why, look, remember his split with the agent, Tad Fletcher?
Right.
Remember Tad? When was the last time we saw an agent on the way out be like,
publicly?
Russell's got to publicly, like Russell has to accept. To me,
and I sort of just wonder, and I want to bring this full circle just to talk at the end about. Imagine if the Heat did get Russell Westbrook, and we lived that moment in last season's Eastern Conference Finals, Game 7, when Jimmy Butler comes down and because he's so confident, pulls up and shoots and bricks a 3, and the Heat are eliminated. Can you imagine having Jimmy on one end pulling up for bad threes, Russ on the other end pulling up for bad threes? Whatever's left up here would assuredly be gone, having to watch those two side by side. But we'll leave it right there. When we come back on redrecover.com Inside the Paint, I almost feel like we should get Sean Stanley to put up a ticking clock in one of the corners here. The Tyler Herro extension. We're now 1 month out just about from that deadline. Will it happen? Should it happen? Believe it or not, folks, even out in LA, Kurt has all the answers for you after this break.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back on the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. If you missed either of our first two segments, heck, go to the podcast and listen to them at your leisure. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com. And want to, first of all, thank everyone who's chiming in on the YouTube chat board. People like Brian and others who were on our super chat. We're paying attention. We'll try to get to all of these. We're also trying to address some topics now that we're about 10 days away from the start of camp. That October 18th is when the NBA tells teams either you extend your rookie scale players or you wait till July 1st and do it next summer. And it's always a tough decision for this reason. In almost all cases, when you issue a major or even maximum extension to such a player, they become untradeable for the balance of that season due to the poison pill factor in the NBA salary cap. Miami Heat have a decision like that on Tyler Herro. And I think, Kurt, it's more complex, and we talk about this almost every week for this reason. You're not talking about a player who has been a starter. You're talking about a player who you don't know will be a starter. You're talking about a player at a position you're fairly loaded with anyway, with Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry and Victor Oladipo. But you're also talking about an older roster, Kyle Lowry 36, 37, Jimmy Butler 33, Dwayne Dedmon older, how you want to build and bridge to your future. So I'm not sure that Andy Ellisberg has had more complex factors at his little beautiful mind numbers board trying to figure out this one. Kurt, as we get within a month, with all those factors in play, do you think, and again, I love asking these multiple questions so I can read the chat board while you're talking. Do you think the Heat should offer the extension to Tyler ahead of the deadline? Do you think the Heat will offer the extension to Tyler ahead of the deadline? Kurt and I have already talked basically in the $20 to $25 million a year range. Kurt, where do we stand now a month out?
I don't think anything has changed much since we last talked. I think that wisely, unlike some other recent moves, they're going to wait this thing out, right? Unlike RJ Barrett, they're going to, right? I think they're smart.
But wait out to when? Wait out to the deadline on October 18th or wait out to next summer in restricted free agency?
Oh, no. Wait at least till the deadline. And even then, aren't you thinking, Ira, if you're in the front office area, if you're, whatever role you're going to have, Ira, in the Heat front office, aren't you thinking, if I can get him on a really team-friendly deal, I'm going to put that out there. But if he's not going to take that, and I'm not sure that he should, I'm going to wait till, I'll go into restricted free agency and bring him back. I'll wait till next summer because there might be a trade at the deadline that I want to make.
Kurt, it's interesting. I want to respond to that because I don't think it's about the money at all in the Tyler deal. I don't think it's a matter of if he gets 20, Jalen Brunson money, if he gets 25, which would be Jaylen Brown money, something like that. I think it's only about the roster flexibility. I think it's only talking to people inside the Heat that they think there could be a blockbuster trade available, and you need trade chips to make those blockbuster trades. So I don't think the Heat will put out, hey, if he takes a team-friendly deal, that if Tyler Herro agrees for 4 years and $98 million, here's the pen, here's the paper, go ahead and sign it. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it has to do with having the flexibility. When you look at this Miami Heat roster, matter of fact, Kurt, I'll throw it back to you here. And I know people don't like when I throw quick questions and you got to think on your toes. But Miami Heat, attractive and gettable players. In other words, you could tell me all you want how you'd love to have Bam Adebayo, but I think we both agree. Once Durant came and went, the Heat weren't trading Adebayo. Because I don't think they were trading Adebayo even for Durant. So can you even give me another attractive, alluring Miami Heat gettable player other than Tyler Herro? I'll let you go through the roster in your mind a little.
I don't think there's anybody on his level. I mean, there's players you might, and we've talked about Caleb Martin or whoever, who you might like, who can fit in, and Max Strus can help teams, right? But he's not moving the needle for teams. He is a guy you throw in and you're like, hey, that was a nice get. I'm glad we got Max Strus in there because he can help us a little bit. But he's not moving the needle on a trade. The reigning sixth man of the year who brings swagger and brings shooting and brings some shot creation to the table is a different animal. Like Tyler Herro moves the needle. He's a little bit divisive, but there are teams that really would see a role and a long-term role for them, for Tyler Herro in a way. I don't think there's another, again, outside of Bam, who you're not moving. There's not another young guy on that roster who makes that impact.
And the other part of it, and Big O's spoken about this in his childhood down here, there used to be an ice cream place called Zips, which was incredibly sticky, and you would make your own sundae. So you basically get a small bowl of ice cream, eat all the ice cream, and then just keep pouring crap in that bowl because they'd let you get an unlimited amount. It's almost to me like if you trade for Tyler Herro, you can make your own sundae because then you get to write his contract. So in other words, you're not taking a contract for Tyler the Heat have written. You can put it in your own terms of how you want to get that contract done. So to me, that's another reason why you don't extend him. So I want to go back. This is to our first segment today on the redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show. We spoke about the Phoenix Suns. We spoke about Robert Sarver. We spoke about Jae Crowder and what they might do. But to me, the litmus test of what you might do with Tyler and asking him to wait is what happened to DeAndre Ayton and how you made him wait. And he had to go out and get an offer sheet for the money he wanted, although 1 year less, from the Indiana Pacers, how we went back to Phoenix, and we've heard pretty much in the last month or so, everything is hunky-dory. It's all, hugs and kisses, and we're all back to normal for now. How much do you think that takes out of a relationship, putting a human being, putting a player on hold for a year? Or do you think, like Tyler told me when I spoke to him this summer, how he knows it's a business. He has an agent for that reason. He just plays.
Yeah, they all say that. I think it really does depend on the person. I think that there are guys who would take offense. They don't want me. If they wanted me, if I was part of their future, they are going to pay me and pay me a lot. And I think that that's part of them in Phoenix with Ayton. I think that that's part of them winning him back. I watch him have a larger role this year. Watch them give him a chance to play a bigger role in their offense, which he wants and has been very public about wanting, but also they kind of need because they needed to do something. They didn't do anything this offseason. So it's, more Cam Johnson, more DeAndre Ayton. I don't know if that's the case with Tyler. I think if Tyler understands the situation, goes to camp, and if he comes back next year and he ends up with he goes to restricted free agency and the Heat finally offer him a deal or match whatever's out there and keep him. I think he likes playing in Miami. And you're closer to this than I am. He seems
who
to
the hell wouldn't want to play for a winning franchise who's about the playoffs, who has no state income tax and has this kind of weather out there. Here's my compromise.
If you're single and 20 and making good money, Miami's a really good place to live.
Well,
man.
He does have the girlfriend, the Instagram model. He does have one kid on the way and one kid, so maybe a little different, but there's still opportunities for fun here. Here would be my compromise, but I want to throw sort of a last loop at the end here and throw it back to you. I think what I would do is if I was the Heat is I would sit down with Andy Ellisberg and Pat Riley, maybe Adam Simon, Nick Harrison, and say, you know what, Tyler? We don't know who you are as a starter, but we do know this. If you thrive as a starter, your contract will be larger down the road because people pay starters more. Why don't we do this? we're going to start you this season. We're going to give you that platform. We're going to give you that runway. Let's both see how it works out. Because why stop here at 4 at 100? Maybe you are Jaylen Brown. Maybe you deserve that kind of money on that kind of extension. So I would say that, number one, I think that's a very good front office strategy. But there's part two here. Then you have Erik Spoelstra, the mad scientist, who wants to coach his team the way he wants to coach it. Can you, as a front office, tell a player he's going to be a starter and then have a coach who might go, Tyler's really good at 6-man. It works again. Victor Oladipo has waited his turn. He's a former starter. I want to either go that way or I want Max Strus's three-point spacing because that has worked now for the last 3 or 4 years between Duncan and Max. So can the front office tell Tyler he's going to be a starter, or is that encroaching on Erik Spoelstra's ability to coach the team in the way he wants to coach it?
I think it's more coordinated in Miami than that. Like this does happen, right? There are certainly teams where trades are made either, and the coach is told you've got to play this guy, you've got to give this guy minutes, or you'll see this has happened with Thibodeau recently. Like, hey, we're gonna trade this guy out from under you to take this crutch away and force you to play our young guys, or force your actions in some other way. I think it's a little more coordinated in Miami, though. I think that if that's the front office conversation with Tyler Herro, and I think, by the way, that's a really smart move. Spoelstra's in on it. Spoelstra's part of this, and it says, all right, let's give him a chance. Now, if we get to Christmas and it's not working, hi, Max. Welcome back to the starting line, right?
Yeah.
Like the option to change this is always there.
Give your other players the best chance to win, because you know what this is about? It's about Jimmy Butler. And putting Jimmy Butler, who's given heart and soul, even for a lot of money, his best chance at his age to win. So I agree with that. Want to go to the chat board before we get out of here. Eric Storm says, you couldn't pay me enough to live in Florida where it's 1,000 degrees and humid. No, thank you. Hey, just because El Diablo sits on my front porch when I open the door every day doesn't mean it's that hot here.
Hey,
but on the other hand,
we've had Miami. I'm in Southern California. It's felt like Miami here the last week.
Exactly. You're dealing with that. Whatever. With the wildfires, we don't have that. But you know what, Eric? Here's the beauty. RedRecover.com inside the paint. You can listen to it anywhere. So enjoy it wherever you are. Got a question here real quick. And again, I hate to do this at the end and jam it together. Donardo Joseph asks, is there still a chance for John Collins or Miles Turner? My thought, Kurt, is when you get this close to camp, you ride what you have and see how it plays out. But let me ask you this. Is there any chance, do you think, in this time frame, before the start of the regular season, we see either John Collins or Miles Turner traded?
Turner, the slim chance. Collins, I'd be shocked if it happens before camp. Now, I will add this. I think there's like a 5% chance Miles Turner and Buddy Hield are members of the Pacers past the trade deadline. I don't think either of them are going to be there.
Okay.
But in the short timeline, like in the run-up to camp or even maybe the run-up to the start of the season, I'm not sure it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think the big moves, once we saw Durant and Mitchell, the league wants to exhale and saying, okay, we know where things stand, and then we'll go, and sort of, run it back what we have. Then we can decide what we need to have. On the way out, and again, we spoke about this at the top of the show. Please go listen to our podcast, RedRecover.com, Inside the Paint. Adam Silver will come out at some point this week and address the Robert Sarver issue. He basically was the one who issued the 1-year suspension for the owner of the Suns for his reprehensible, misogynistic, and racist comments, and a $10 million fine, the most you can fine, no matter how rich the owner is. So really quickly here, Kurt, in a minute or so on the way out, what do you think Adam Silver says when all the questions at his Board of Governors press conference are about Robert Sarver? What's going to be the league's public face?
That's a really good question because I'm curious to see it, but I think that they're going to say the line that got me out of the report maybe most, and I put this in my kind of commentary story on it that is at the top of NBC Sports NBA page right now. They talked about, the report said there wasn't animus, there wasn't racial and misogynistic animus on the part of Sarver. I'm like, I don't know how you do that for 17 years and not, right?
Right.
If you're saying this stuff for 17 years, you're kind of a racist, you're kind of a misogynist. I think the league's position is going to be kind of like, oh, he's just an old school boy. They're not going to phrase it that way, but that's kind of, I think, what they're going to go with, and they're going to slap him on the wrist.
Yeah, I'm sure Adam Silver will talk in legal circles about this was
Yes.
the most we can do. I am sure he will cast it at this is maximum penalty, just like the NFL has done in the Washington case also, is you cast it as this is a harsh penalty. This is a year. This is a contender of which he'll get to celebrate none of it, in which he has to be on the side, and $10 million is going to charity. The NBA always does that with its fines when you think something is totally wrong and goes there. But I would keep an eye on the Suns. I will keep an eye on the players. I think it's going to be interesting. Again, next week will be our final RedRecover.com show before the start of training camp. I will be at a fancy location the first week of training camp. The Heat will release that soon enough, so I'll be talking to you possibly from offshore in 2 weeks from now. So tune in again next Wednesday, 9 a.m., or as Kurt likes to say, 6 a.m. in the goddamn morning out in Los Angeles for our next RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show. Thanks, everyone on the chat board. Thanks for joining us. And we'll catch you here next week. And you'll catch me Friday here on the Big O Show on our next Acura Pembroke Pines report as the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button. Welton Rheaume has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rheaume, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rheaume can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rheaume can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmith in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We're back, hour number 3 of the program. Hope you all are doing well out there. Yes, sir. Thank you to Ira and Kurt Heelan. Excellent work by them. Thank you all for tuning in as always. Appreciate those of you tuning in. And yes, we are on both channels. And football is back. And so are we. I like it. I like it. That's a nice little sports grill billboard right there. Nice, nice, nice. I like it. I like it. Maybe I should get some special wings today for some lunch when I'm done. We will be going out to camp later on this afternoon. Camp's it's like 2:45 or something like that. They open up the locker rooms, so we'll have a little fun over at camp, and we'll talk to the boys. Eric Storm says, you couldn't pay me enough to live in Florida where it's 1,000 degrees and humid. No, thank you. Your name is Eric Storm. It's Storm. You're supposed to be like a tough guy. Says, I'm half Swedish, half Scot-Irish. My people get heat stroke when it's over 80 degrees. Well, guess what? It's going to be over 80 degrees everywhere. Okay? Even in the North Pole, it's going to be 80 degrees very soon. It's called global warming. Have you watched it? It's hot everywhere pretty much. I mean, Okay, so in Antarctica and some of those places, they still have a little bit of ice left over. But that little cube that's left over of ice, pretty soon it'll fall in the ocean and, everything. It'll be nice and warm all over Earth. Pretty soon we won't even have winters anymore. Think about that. That'll be good. You get to throw away all your winter clothes and things like that. It'll take a couple hundred years. I don't know how many of you will last, but a couple hundred years from now, maybe a couple thousand. And you can throw away all your winter clothes. So there's a time down the line where you're going to be able to really unclutter your closet. So just got to hang in there for a couple thousand years, and then eventually there'll be no more winters. So we'll all be sweating. So Eric, you might as well start getting used to it. Come on down and join us here in South Florida, okay? And have some fun. Tim Supley says, good morning, Big O and Brother Sean, listening from Boring, Pennsylvania. Well, it's only boring because you haven't won something. Once you guys win something in Philadelphia, then they start, tearing up the city. Then it becomes fun, and you can tear down, poles and burn cars and flip them over and things like that. So don't worry, Tim. Once Philadelphia wins something in anything, then it'll get interesting again, and they can start to tear up their city. Even in our Rochester winters are warmer in the 70s, friends, and I would build now forts with a parking lot of snow. You can't do that here anymore. Look at that. See? Even in Rochester, New York, they're sweating buckets. They're sweating like a whore in church. How about that? Even in Rochester. Telling you, Eric, it's coming your way. So either that or you better change your name from Storm to something else. He says school tax here where I live, for those wondering, is $3,000. If you want to know what it's like in New York. I don't know why the school tax thing was brought up, but hey, man, more power to you. Did you guys get my super sticker? Yes, we did. Brian, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. And I did write you back. I said you didn't have to apologize for the super chat because you didn't send it on, I think, Cash App or Venmo or something, because your girlfriend apparently does a lot of crypto trading or something, which I got to tell you something. I like your girlfriend. Way to go. You got a smart girlfriend there, Brian. She's a crypto trader. She gets it. She knows what's coming. She understands. I hope you're on board with her, Brian. Okay? Because she's going to be rich down the line. And if you're not in there, then you're going to miss out on her richness. I just want you to know that, Brian. Because I heard, Brian, your girlfriend's got like this stack of Bitcoin and Ethereum on the side. You may not know about it, but once Bitcoin and Ethereum explode, I'm telling you, make sure you're in good with your girlfriend. Okay? Do not leave that woman. I mean, I want you two like this. When crypto explodes, that woman is gonna be, just living life. So you got to stick with her, Brian. Okay? That way you can come visit us. You come by and join me and Sean. Come by, say hi. Hey, man, I'm here. Why? Because my girlfriend's rich. She invested in crypto. So make sure. Do not lose that woman. Heatfin says, how you feeling about this Ravens game? Have you been watching this channel? Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. I still love you, though I still love you. Only slightly less than I used to. My love. I've always felt great about this game. I have not wavered whatsoever. The Dolphins will win this damn game. There's my cup. Orlando, is your wife a doll fan? Does she wear the colors on Sunday? You know, my wife is a doll fan, but she's not really like a hardcore fan. You know what I'm saying? She watches it and all that good stuff, but, you know, she's not like a fanatic. Like the ladies we have that are on this chat board, they're fanatics. My wife's not a fanatic. She roots for the Dolphins. She's happy if they win. She's happy if the Heat loses. But she's not a fanatic. I'm the fanatic. I am the fanatic. How was that song from the new wave era? I am the fanatic. God, forgot how that song goes. Big O. So crypto is the key to getting rich. Well, you know, some of us know keys. Some of us don't. What can I say? Some of us know the keys. Others visit the keys. And some others sniff keys. You know, it all depends. There's Lisa Rose. You want a fanatic? Right there. Good morning, Big O, Sean, and Finn's family. I am a fanatic. Can I have your autograph? That's it. That's it. That's how it goes. I am the fanatic. Can I have your autograph? Yeah, I remember that song. Wasn't that song in Valley Girl, I want to say? Ravens have Fuller out for the season. Marcus Peters still recovering from his injury. So I feel good about this game. Ronnie Stanley's also banged up. They're on their third tackle. So it's not going to be an easy game, but they will win. They will win. Ragin says, but the women in Miami are hotter than the Western New York. That's the kind of heat I like, says Ragin. Ragin, I would imagine that there are hot women everywhere. You just got to find them. Samuel Rosa says, good morning. Devin Jordan says, happy birthday to Nas. Yeah, that's right. It is his birthday. And Amy Winehouse. God, what a wasted talent. That poor woman. Holy moly. Demons can get any of us, ladies and gentlemen. That woman, wow. What a talent and what a waste. All in the same breath. To have that, to be blessed by the good Lord gave you a gift of God that was just, she had a voice, dude. She could have been like one of the greats. And she's just one of the great wasted talents ever. She never got to the point that she did enough to be great, unfortunately. So, yeah, Amy Winehouse, rest in peace. But wow, poor woman. What a disaster. Jawan James is also, although Jawan James playing or not playing or whatever, to me, Jawan James he's so injury prone and so it just gets nowhere, I was past Jawan James here. So, Big O, can you try an interview with Cater Kahu at camp today? Why, Nelson? I did it last week. I'm going to try to do 3-4 different people today, Nelson. My brother, I'm not going to interview Cater Kahu every week. I interviewed him last week. Okay? And it's there on the platform. You can go check it out. So you gotta keep up with the platform, my man. Maybe you didn't know that we had exclusive interviews with Teron Armstead, Cater Kahu, and Eric Rowe last week. The quest this week is to get a fourth interview. Okay? So I'm going to get 4 different players. I have no control over who I can get. Okay? I search for somebody dressed. That's the media person. One of the media people came over and says, all right, when you have an idea of who you want to interview, I go, I have no idea. I just walk around the locker room and I make sure that he's dressed, and then I approach him because I figure when they're naked, I'm not really going to approach a dude that's naked and try to put him on camera. You know what I'm saying? He's naked, not ready to talk at the moment. So we wait and we find somebody dressed. And so when I find somebody dressed, that's who I interview. And also it's got to be like a story, like something, you know what I mean? It can't, nothing against the guy that's, on the practice squad and dressed to the nines and ready to go and looking around, hey, can somebody interview me? I probably will not interview that person. But Teron Armstead was dressed. I'll go interview him. Eric Rowe was dressed. Hey, I'll go interview him. Cater Kahu. I'll go interview him. So that's the key. That's the key. What about you want to interview a guy, you tell the media person, and then the dude's like hanging around naked for a half hour or something, and you're waiting and waiting. No, dude, I don't have time. I don't have time. I'll go find the people that are dressed. That's what we do. Can you please get someone ask Boyer about TDs allowed and Jalen Phillips in coverage? About the TD allowed. Are we challenging the man because his defense allowed one TD? Is that what we're talking? I get the Jalen Phillips one, and I kind of explained what I think is going on yesterday. If you didn't get it, it's there. I don't know, Sean, did you segment that whole thing with the Jalen Phillips? You probably did because you're so freaking awesome. You probably did, right? You probably did that segment. Yeah, right? Yeah. So I explained what I think they're doing with Jalen Phillips yesterday. So you may want to check that out. Some of you need to go back to the library there. Like that gentleman there wants to know what's going on with Jalen Phillips. I kind of explained it yesterday. And my man Nelson Alfonso wants Cater Kahu. Well, he was there last week. So there you go. You got to check it out. Sometimes the stuff you want is already there. We are, oh, God. You know what? Send Rap Sheet a link. I guess that's why he hasn't called. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Yeah. You have Rap Sheets. Send it there. My bad. You may want to send Matt, too, because I don't think I've sent any of them today. Okay. All right, we'll get Ian Rapoport on with our redrecover.com look around the NFL. And don't forget Red Recover, red light therapy. Yes, sir.
Nunze on the Jalen Phillips, it's on the audio, not the video.
Right. Oh, okay. All right. So there you go. You can check out the audio. It's there on the podcast. All right. It is time to look around the NFL with the one and only Ian Rapoport.
Football fans, it's time to take a look around the NFL. It's the redrecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rapoport. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rapoport.
There he is, and there that is.
Yeah. That is a handsome looking logo. Look at that beautiful thing.
Holy moly. What the hell happened? I know this is a new / old logo because this was a logo from the 50s that Art Modell thought was too cartoonish, apparently, and put it on the shelf back in the day. But the
Oh,
fans,
the elf on the shelf.
yeah, the elf on the shelf. And so now the fans voted to have, what is this, Brownie the elf back in the mix.
Don't be a hater. Don't be a hater. That is a handsome elf. Look at his ears. That's pretty cute. Rather have an elf on the field than an elf on the shelf.
An evil elf. You know what this reminds me of? That creepy ass Burger King that comes, snooping out in neighborhoods and all that. That king was creepy as hell. I want BK to know I love you, BK. I've had plenty of Whoppers in my life, but the king, a couple of years ago, that was creepy ass stuff.
You mean when the king would just like pop up out of nowhere and just kind of like, remember that he would like be in the stands at some sporting event?
It was just weird. And then the Marlins, we had a mascot with our minor league team in New Orleans, the something cakes or whatever the hell it was.
You talking about king cakes?
Sean, can you try to pull up that logo for me of the Marlins minor league team in New Orleans? I forgot what the hell. That was a creepy ass logo too. This is kind of a creepy elf. This is an elf that you could arrest for child molestation or something.
Whoa.
I don't know. This is just ugly. Oh,
you got to give the people what they want. Fans want the elf. You got to give them the elf. I have some problems though. I would prefer the elf was carrying the football properly. I mean, if we're going to do this, you might as well do it. And I know it's old school and I know they want to be true to what it was, but you got to adapt the elf and let him carry the ball high and tight. You don't want to fumble. You don't want to be the Broncos on the goal line. Like, let this guy carry the ball properly.
Fingers. They're pointy fingers.
Hey, his fingers are what they are. You can't make fun of him just because he doesn't have proper-looking fingers. Doesn't have proper-looking ears either, but that's what it is.
See the baby cakes.
Baby cakes.
Oh, my God. That was
definitely not creepy at all.
Oh, my God. What's wrong with you? That's not creepy? The Burger King guy's
totally
creepy?
normal.
The elf is not creepy? Only the BK guy was creepy for you out of the three?
Yeah. No, okay. Baby cake was a little creepy. I got to be honest. I like
wow. Okay. All right. At least you're no, and wait till you got to see the baby cakes mascot like live.
Is it an actual baby?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's a big giant creepy baby.
Oh, it's not like someone's baby or something.
No.
Okay,
it's just
that would be
giant,
weird.
big creepy.
If they
baby.
just let some baby just crawl around, the dugout or whatever, that would be weird.
Yeah, that would be weird. That would be weird. But yes, that would be a little odd. So yeah, I just so that elf now is the thing. All right, let's move on. Nathaniel Hackett, we could leave the et out and just call him a hack, but I will give him credit. You know what? I respect people that are willing to admit their faults because that's the only way we're all going to get better. We have to look in the mirror and say, we screwed up. We didn't do this right. I've got to fix this. I give him credit that he realized what most of us realized. Dude, Russell Wilson's a money player, bro. He's been making these plays his whole career. Give him the damn ball. But I give him credit. At least he admitted it.
Yeah, I don't know that's what he said, though. Like, if you read the comments, it seems more like, well, if I'd known he was going to miss it, obviously then I would like to have it back. Like, it's not, I mean, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it's not like, well, yeah, we chose the wrong thing. It was more like, obviously he missed it. If I'd known he was going to miss it, then I would have done the other thing. It's like, I know some quotes got tweeted out, but I'm not sure that was the spirit of it. I'm not sure he basically kind of admitted fault. That said,
he says, looking back at it, we definitely should have gone for it.
Right. Read the rest of it.
Well, let me see where it says here. I don't have the rest of it. I only have the part from the tweet from Yahoo Sports that from Troy Rennick. And it says, looking back at it, we definitely should have gone for it. I mean, that one sentence alone says it, that you admit you screwed up there, right? Looking back at it.
But the main thing, I think the main thing is they have Russell Wilson, whether he admits it or not, whether he comes clean that he made the wrong decision or not. fundamentally it's an issue because, and I think Nathaniel Hackett will be a good coach. He's obviously very bright. He's done a lot there as far as changing the way they do things. So there's a lot to like. But you have Russell Wilson. You paid him $49 million. And that's not a reason alone to do anything, but it does.
No, it's Russell Wilson. No, it's Russell Wilson.
Right.
I don't give a shit about the money, dude. What did I mention?
Exactly. Like,
he's a money effing player, dude.
Right.
Since NC State. I'm a UM guy. So I've been watching his ass since NC State when he was playing with nobodies there and he was making plays left and right in Wisconsin and Seattle. This is who he's been his whole career. Right. How do you not put the ball in his hands over a 64-yard field goal?
And that's really the issue is you have two options. You have, I'm going to let my best player, Russell Wilson, win the game or lose the game, or I'm going to let my kicker, who also is good, but he's a kicker. I'm going to let my kicker kick what, one of the longest field goals in NFL history for a very low percentage. And I'm going to do, and now those were the options, and they chose the kicker. And I think, it's like Nick Saban, your friend, always tells a story about when he was the quarterback of his high school football team, and his dad was the coach. And basically, with the game on the line, the question was like, well, what play do you want to call? And his dad would say, don't think about it, which play you're going to call. Think about it, which player you're going to throw to. Which playmaker is it most important to get the ball to? Get the ball in your hands of your best players, and that is how you win the game. Players win games, best players win the best games. That's kind of what this is. You have Russell Wilson. Why is Russell Wilson not the one winning the game? That's my issue.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100% on that. All right, now back on to the Russell Wilson thing, because I'm also experiencing it here in Miami, and we also experienced it with somebody else. Can you explain to me what it is with our society that we go hard after decent human beings? Russell Wilson was booed, just hard there in Seattle.
Wow.
Okay, wait. Okay, well, hold on. It's not just that. Whatever he does, he gets slammed for all the time. True. And maybe it's I have this theory that we're all jealous of people that do things the right way all the time and handle everything the right way and all that. I'm seeing it here with Tua. Decent freaking kid, works his ass off, trying to be a good player, doing all the right things, handled the Watson thing like I've never seen very few people ever handle controversies. Tim Tebow. All he does is build hospitals, circumcise kids, resurrect people from seizures. This is just a flat-out good human being. What is it about our society that we are so quick to slam these kind of human beings mercifully? I mean, just like it's sometimes unfairly, you know what I mean? With the Tebow stuff, I it was kind of fanatical and all that, but I sense the same thing with Tua also, you know what I'm saying? And then I look at Russ, and Russ gets criticized for a promo that he does. He gets criticized for whatever he wears. He gets criticized for whatever he does. And Russ is just a good person, dude, that has been a great player. You know what I mean? And just, it's the weirdest thing how we go after these people, and all they do is set great examples on how to be a human being and a professional on a consistent basis. And leaders too, by the way. We can discuss how good a player is or not with Tua, or if Tebow was ever an NFL quarterback or whatever. But I don't think the other stuff can ever be discussed.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Russ, what a lot of the criticism is, and look, he received plenty of it in Seattle. He was very public about kind of ripping the offensive line on the way out, talking about how he shouldn't take that many hits, when the reality is he holds the ball, and he's sort of the reason for a lot of his hits. He's not often on time on offense, but threw the offensive line on the bus on the Dan Patrick show and really worked his way out of there, which is fine. He got what he wanted. He got a huge contract. He got to a team like Denver that's good.
But let's also be honest. Let's defend him also. Pete Carroll in the front office did a shit job in the last 7-8 years of his career with the offensive line, no running game. After Lynch, it was just a mess. One year he started where he had a high ankle injury, a knee injury, and like 3 different lower leg injuries. The dude never missed one down. Okay? He took a beating back there because he had a slot receiver for many years as his number one guy. I mean, Baldwin was his best receiver. You know, they did a lot of shit to him like they did to Tom Brady in New England. They're like, okay, dude, you're great. You got to elevate the rest of the crap that we're going to put around you no matter what. And he had to carry a lot of that. And I think that frustration built up. I give him a break on that one. You get to a point where you're like, I'm at the last leg here. I'm done with you. Tom Brady, I'm at the last leg. I'm done with you. I got to defend those guys. They did everything they can for those organizations. They didn't do enough for them. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, and I would say that's Russ's job. When you're making, you know, at that point, his second contract, he's making $30 million. That money goes to him instead of somewhere else. So part of his job as the quarterback, and Brady did it for years. You're watching some of these great quarterbacks do this now. It is your job to elevate, in part because we're paying you the money that we can't pay a second guard, or we can't pay another linebacker, or we can't pay a backup running back $4 million because you're making 40. Like, that's part of your job. I would also say for Russ, you know, there was a lot of hate when he came back to Seattle, and I just didn't get the sense that it was personal. Like, he asked to, you know, basically shot his way out of town, got what he wanted, got traded. And I think it's going to be better for both sides because Seattle gets all the picks and they don't have to spend the money on him. And all of that is good. But it's okay to boo the opponent as long as it's not like real personal or bad. And I thought it was okay because if he comes in as the opponent, like, it's okay to boo the opponent.
Your thoughts on the Dolphin win this week? I had some Dolphins that are like kind of unsatisfied, and I'm sitting there going, how can you be unsatisfied in a game that was never in doubt? Just think about that, those words right there. The game was never in doubt. I don't care what the score was. That means it was a good performance overall. Nothing is perfect, but your thoughts on it?
You asked me a question, I think a couple of weeks ago, about the Dolphins and the questions I have. And I talked about it on TV too. And one of the things I had was like, you know, Flores had his fingerprints heavily on this defense, right? This was, I thought, his defense, and especially the last half of last year when they're really, really good. I assumed that some of that defense would walk out the door when Flores left. And it seems that it did not. Like, they were really good. And, you know, you can say whatever you want about the Patriots offensive line, but part of the reason they looked disjointed, confused, whatever, is because the Dolphins were confusing them. Like, there were several free runners, just guys set free because the Patriots offensive line was confused. That's significant to me. I thought that was really good.
Did you see the Cater Kohu kid?
Did not.
He made the play on Hunter Henry in the middle of the field. He's the one that forced the hit on the fumble that was recovered by Jalen Phillips. He played 17 snaps. He's a kid from Division II. Josh Boyer, the defensive coordinator, is the guy that found him. Yeah, that's the guy that.
And that's pretty cool. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Well, it's super cool because Chris Greer also, you've met him. You know Chris Greer. Chris Greer is like the egoless guy. He's not there to go, oh, no, I got to make all the decisions. He's going to allow people to be themselves and grow and all that. That's why he brought in Marvin Allen and Reggie McKenzie. How many personnel directors would bring in two guys like that?
Yeah.
That's, you know, you got to be really comfortable with yourself to bring in two talents like that. And then your defensive coordinator, who was adamant about making all the calls last year, by the way, in the second half of the season. And the players backed him up this week in an article, if you saw it. So he goes and finds the guy when everybody's worried about Byron Jones down, everybody's asking, what about your young corners? Can you trust them? And McDaniel says, well, you look at them as young. We look at them as already veterans. And there's Cater Kohu, making 3 of the biggest plays in the damn game, with the tackle behind the line of scrimmage, the forced fumble, and the 4th down deflection with Hunter Henry, and he's half the size of that tight end.
Yeah.
So it's just Josh Boyer deserves a little bit more love. By the way, Marcel Louis-Jacques, who's on our platform, he broke the story last year that that Flo wasn't really talking to his defensive assistants from Thanksgiving on nearly as much. So maybe Boyer was in control a lot last year.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably never know. And I think there's a lot of things with the Flores era that we will probably never know because we'll get one side and then the other side. But I thought as a team, I thought they looked great. Like, I don't know what else you want out of this first weekend than beat the Patriots soundly in a game that, like you said, was never really in doubt. And to kind of make their offense look bad in the process, the two was good. I thought it was good. I mean, it's, I'm happy for Mike too. That must have been a very cool moment.
Yeah.
The whole thing was, I think, pretty great.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, this week against the Ravens, I'm expecting I didn't see a lot of zero blitz against Mac Jones, so he didn't show a lot of that. I'm wondering if he's saving it this week for Lamar, since Lamar struggled big time against that last year.
Yeah, I am always a little nervous about really blitzing Lamar because he can break you down and run, and he's faster than all of your guys. So I'm curious how they attack him. Do they confuse him or do they attack him? Like, do they go after him or do they sit back and just force him to read? I think it's going to be an awesome game.
I think you attack him and force him to read quickly. That's what you do. And you got to be so disciplined on covering every gap so you make sure he doesn't get away with any of those gaps.
That's tough. And did he – I don't know. Like, I don't think he ran. I'm trying to think if he ran last week. I'm not so sure.
No, he didn't. Right? He barely ran last week. Yeah. He had something where he wanted to stay in the pocket. You know what I mean? Because that's probably what he wants to do here.
Right, and that's sort of the evolution of the mobile quarterback is when you run to throw rather than run to run. Like, that's where you want, because that's how you really get the big plays. And maybe we're seeing that. And maybe he is sort of maturing in front of our eyes.
Maybe. We'll see. The Jets are bad, so we'll see this week against the Dolphins. If he can do some of the same things he did last week, then maybe I can say he's developing. One more thing. Do you agree with his way about going this contract thing? Because to me, it's a pretty dumb move on his part for a running quarterback to put the gamble on himself, because you could easily get injured. And he's already been getting a little dinged up here in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's risky. And would I do it? I probably not. It's just sort of not my nature, right? Like,
you would have had the contract done last offseason.
Probably. But that's okay. It's his decision. It's his body. It does make me feel sort of good, I guess, because we saw Dak Prescott last year suffer a horrific ankle injury, miss most of this, or 2 years ago, suffer a horrific ankle injury, miss most of the season, and come away with a big contract because medicine is so good, and the Cowboys should look at him and go, we trust that you are going to heal. That was a pretty serious injury, and they still paid him. So maybe if, God forbid, something happens, he'll be in the same situation. That gives you some confidence. But, hey, Lamar's always been his own dude. Yeah. He's done things his way, and he will continue to do that.
All right, what's the plan this week on the NFL Network? Where can folks catch you, my friend?
I'll be home all week, doing a lot for the Thursday night game, which will be awesome. Big Thursday night game, Chargers-Chiefs, and then full slate of football all weekend. Cannot wait. It's going to be great.
All right, good stuff. Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet. Catch his work there at the NFL Network. Ian, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
All right, good stuff, man. Talk next week.
Thank you, sir. RedRecover.com. We tell you about it all the time. Red light therapy. Listen, no medicine, no side effects. It's beautiful. It's all portable, right? You're not tied to some kind of electrical cord or anything like that. It's all battery. So you want to wear the hat to regrow your hair. You need to get a treatment for your shoulder, your elbow, your knee, your back, your neck, ankles, kids, dogs, adults. Everybody's using it. Go to redrecover.com. Check out the website. learn a little bit more about red light therapy. I've been telling you about it for a while. The doc was on with us yesterday, showing you how it can optimize your workouts. So it doesn't matter whether you're trying to make a scar disappear, your hair grow, your muscles and your bones and everything feel better in certain joints. RedRecover.com can help you out. Check out the video blogs and use our code Big O. You will get 10% off. RedRecover.com.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Look Around the NFL with Ian Rapoport from the NFL Network. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O for 10% off. The RedRecover.com Look Around the NFL with Ian Rapoport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley.
All right. Yeah, getting a little rough here as we move on. All right, Raging, it's week 1. They won. They will fix. I guess we're responding to something else. O-line was much better than last year. A little better, but not where they need to be. But they faced a really good defense this week. Don't lose sight of that. Okay? You're not, a defense that averaged, I think, 187 yards last year passing, and you did 270 already on them. And I know they're missing JC because they let him go and they didn't pay him, but still, it's always a defense that turns it over. They find other defensive backs. They're always playing well in the secondary, and you played a really good defense this week. And so, you're not supposed to dominate a really good defense. Plus, it's an offensive line that hasn't arrived yet. So the O-line has, dude, in the middle of that game, you suffered injuries to 3 different linemen. Both your tackles and a guard got injured in that game. So you had people in and out, left and right. It was rough. You know what I mean? So it wasn't an easy game for the offensive line as it is because you're facing the Patriots. But then you have all these injuries. You know what I mean? So it's tough. And if you don't run, you're never going to see the real Mike McDaniel offense if you don't run. If you don't run, you're never going to maximize what Tua can do for you. That's just the way it is. Hell, if you don't run, you won't maximize anything. Just ask Marino. Never won a title. Never had a running game. So, it's all good. Big O, don't forget the super chat. Did we get a super chat? I'm sorry. Oh, yes, Frankie. It says, morning, Big O. So we got 2 days, Chris Jericho or Bryan Danielson, and the other match is Jon Moxley and Sammy Guevara. Well, I'm going to have to go with Moxley and Jericho. Okay? Now, I don't know how Jericho, he's been rocking and wrestling, so, but I can't go against Chris Jericho. So it's impossible. It's a rule for me, okay? Once I get to know somebody and I like him personally, I can't, I can't root against the guy. So I got to go Moxley and Jericho. What do you think there, Sean? You like it? You like both? You would pick both the same ones? Wow. Okay. There you go.
I say yes because they stepped up to be the locker room leaders after the shit show they had last weekend. So
Okay.
But I think the more interesting story would be Moxley against Danielson, but I think it's Moxley Jericho.
Okay. Essential Moving Experts, by the way, let me tell you about Sean Williams. You could get $150 off. You mentioned our name When we talk about moving, whether you're moving your company, whether you're moving your business, whether it's long moving services, home moving services, long distance, office relocation, Essential Moving Experts, folks. Call them 305-330-9390. That's one of the numbers. You can also use their 844 number, 844-368-5750. That's 844-368-5750. Flat rates, no surprise charges, safe and efficient loading and unloading practices all the time. Sean Williams is a good dude. You've seen him on our show. Big-time Dolphins fan. That's why the business is in Dolphins colors. So they can help you wherever you're at, man. Doesn't matter here in the United States. So they can help you. Please call essentialmovingexperts.com. Tell them that Big O sent you. $150 off. And one more thing. Let's say you're moving a business or you're moving from one home to another, and that second home that you're moving to now has some construction, whatever, and you really can't move in for another week or two. Central Moving Experts can hold and store your property for up to a month on the house. Okay? It's great company, great people. Sean Williams is absolutely awesome. Got to see if I can bring him on next week before some of the big games coming up. We'll have some fun with Sean. No, but really, reach out to the folks at essentialmovingexperts.com, 844-368-5750. Big O, it's time to get us a tackle from free agency. We can't keep doing it. Yeah, who, Richard? Who? Who's available in free agency? Who's the answer, Richard? I want to know how smart you are, Richard. Because it's really lazy to say, well, let's just go get somebody. So who's available? Who's the answer? Who's the person that's going to come in and start? So after one game and injuries, Teron Armstead's not serious, so he'll be back this week, so that's good. Right side, maybe Austin's out, and Greg Little's going to play. Who's taking over, Richard? Who's available out there that for sure will solve the problem? Please tell me who. Because if you know more than Chris Greer and Reggie McKenzie and Marvin Allen and Matt Applebaum and Frank and McDaniel, then please, brother, you deserve a job. I love lazy sports talk radio, whether it's the listeners or the hosts. Because, there are lazy hosts like that. Oh, no, they got to go get somebody. And they have no answers. So who's available? Richard Saylor right now is on Google hitting offensive tackle free agents. He's looking at the list right now as we speak since I've challenged him. And so now he's trying to look at because he had no idea who's available. So now he's going to look at the list because you can tell, see, he didn't answer like right away. Okay? He chimed in at 42, and it is 46 now, right? So Richard never had an answer. Richard had to go to Google now to go find the list that's available, and now he's going to throw a dart and pick one of those names and act like he knows something and try to sell it to us with conviction that they should sign whoever he comes up with. I'm still waiting, Richard. I'm still waiting, my brother. Where you at? Don't see it. I'm looking at the chat board, Rich. Where you at, baby? Big O McDaniel not running the ball with 5 minutes left when they were Pat's 30-yard line and kicking the field goal and being up 3 scores was not good coaching. They dominated the game and it was never in doubt. What are you talking about, dude? How is it not good coaching? He won 1-0. He kicked Belichick's ass. He had him confused and flustered the whole game. They did nothing. They got one successful drive. They barely crossed the Dolphins' 40-yard line. What more do you want, dude? I'm not sure what some of you want. some of you out there, it's amazing. You act like, I don't know, you've been following like a championship caliber team every year or something. Darrell Williams, Jesse Davis. Boy, you guys are really coming up with winners. Yeah. Darrell Williams is an experienced tackle, played well at times at right tackle for the Bills. Maybe not a great fit for the system, as he's not known for his athleticism, but good stopgap. So he's not known for his athleticism, but you want him to play on this one. So you answered your own question, but you throw a stupid suggestion anyways. All right, Steve, way to go. You answered your own question. He has no athleticism. I remember when you had Jericho in studio, I was your intern, and he was my favorite wrestler growing up. Such an awesome dude. Exactly. How can I ever pick against Chris Jericho ever again in my life? Chris Jericho came in studio, hung out with us. I get to text back and forth with him still. I saw him at the Guns N' Roses concert in Orlando. It was the Cult and Guns N' Roses. We were on the floor. He was like a couple rows behind us. Yeah, I'm a Christian. I go see Fozzy whenever he comes to town with his band. I could never go against Chris Jericho ever again. Doesn't matter who he's fighting. It could be somebody that Sean tells me he's going to lose so badly because, whatever, the guy is considered the best or whatever. And I'll say, I'm still going with Jericho, man. I got no choice. Jericho's my guy. Bills benched Darrell Williams, then moved him to guard and eventually let him go. Yeah, but no, Miami, should, grab him because he's better. Eric Fisher was just let go because he was not able to come to terms with the Colts, and he's also a sack of injuries. Let's not just leave out the fact that he breaks down more than a Yugo. Big O, how about Saturday morning's NWA wrestling? That was such a great watch. Was it Sean? I don't know. Sean was probably watching, not me. I have no idea. Hey, by the way, did we ever hear from our guy? Where is he? Did Richard ever chime in with a suggestion, or did he just disappear? Richard, you're giving me a bad name, another Richard says. Yep, no, Richard never had an answer. Never had an answer. The 305 Sports Babe is in the house. Good morning, Sports Babe. Thank you for joining us. Canelo or Triple G? I'm going Canelo. Big O, it's amazing how miserable some fans are. It was a good game instead of enjoying the win. I don't get how you don't enjoy this Dolphin win. I have no idea. The Patriots are, the Patriots. Like, we're not supposed to like them. We can't stand their asses. Belichick is a sourpuss. Mike McDaniel had him befuddled. Okay? Hell, he had him so befuddled that he came here 5 days before Sunday. I mean, don't you take pleasure as a Dolphin fan that in 2019 you ended the dynasty by telling Brady and them, no, you're not going to have a bye week. You're going to play in the divisional round and you're going to get the hell out of here. And then Brady left to Tampa. And now you've got Tua in there and he's won 4 in a row against Belichick. So you've already overcome the New England crap. The next goal is the Bills. Think about it. You own Belichick. How can you not be happy about that? After all the shit that was talked about Mac Jones over Tua, Tua outplays Mac Jones again and wins again. I'm not following sourpusses. Okay? I'm not into that. I'm going to enjoy that Waddle did his thing, that Tyreek did his thing, that Agba did his thing, that Kohu was awesome, that Brandon Jones kicked some serious ass. I'm gonna enjoy the Dolphins thoroughly outplaying New England without even playing their best football. Let me repeat that again. I am going to enjoy the Dolphins thoroughly outplaying New England, and they haven't played their best football. That's what you got to think of. Instead of sitting there trying to find a negative in something with the offensive line or something with Tua or something on defense or Jalen Phillips in coverage, instead of hanging on to one negative thing, just overall positives. You went to Hard Rock Stadium or you watched it from anywhere in the world. You sat there with your friends and family. You had an entire offseason build-up, and you had a great day on Sunday. What's there to complain about, dude? Unless you were one of the 12 cars that got on fire. Those 12 people, those 12 car owners, they can complain. Not about the game, but they can complain about their day. So that's they got to call an Uber because their car's charred. That's those people, I can give them a break. The rest of you out there, you guys are just miserable. You don't get laid. You don't have any fun in life. I don't know what it is. You probably kick your dog when you get home or something. I don't know what the hell is wrong with some of you people, to be quite honest. You're supposed to look at it the way I'm telling you. The Dolphins won without playing their best football. It's game one. Remember, the way football is played nowadays, the offseason is very limited. You don't get to prepare. So the first 2 to 4 or 5 weeks of the season, you're kind of fine-tuning what you are as a team. Everyone is. And I saw a lot of other teams look way worse than Miami. And as I've repeated over and over again, Mike McDaniel has shown you that your team has been prepared for training camp, prepared for scrimmages against teams, prepared in the preseason, and was better prepared than Belichick in week one. What more do you want? Yeah, I want a Super Bowl too, but you don't get there from being 20 years of mediocre and then all of a sudden you're going to turn around and become a Super Bowl champion. It's rare for something like that to happen. Bengals look like a disaster after going to the Super Bowl. They look like a disaster. Look at the Denver coach and the stupid ass decision he made. And if when you say you're not happy with the Dolphins, would you rather be Mac Jones and the Patriots losing? Would you rather be the Jets? I'm sorry, I must have missed this. Because I can pick a lot of other situations that I don't want to be. I'm pretty happy, watching the Dolphins and what they did in week one. Let's just hope now they're able to build on it in week two. But to sit here just to complaining after wins, after dominating wins, after a game that was never in doubt, get a life. Get a freaking life, dude. Let's see, what else? Javon Holland is a top 5 safety in the NFL. Tyreek is a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. X is a top 5 corner in the NFL. Armstead's a top 5 lineman in the NFL. Connor Williams, top-rated C or center, that is, in the NFL by PFF. Yep. A lot of things to love, brother. I'm with you. I am 1,000% with you. The win was a tad underwhelming on the offensive side of the ball, to be honest, Big O. Yes, we won, and that's all that matters. But as fans, it's not outlandish to want better from our team. Yeah, but, they did play a really good defense, right? You make it sound like they played dog shit. That's the amazing part. You make it sound like they played nursery kids on the other side and they should have scored 35 points. So why didn't New England score more points? I mean, if it's so bad to put together 20, then what is it? What is it about 7? 20 sounds pretty good. Again, I don't remember that Tua was throwing for 270 yards every week last year. So that was his first game with no running game. No running game, and he threw for 270. So it's and by the way, one more thing, Spooky Myers. If you expected the Dolphins to be a fine, well-oiled machine in week 1, you're a freaking dumbass. Are we clear on that, Spooky Myers? If you expected the Dolphins, you and every other complaining idiot out there, if you guys expected the Dolphins to come in the week 1 and be super clean and solve all their issues and all that, I don't know what fantasy land you live in, my brother. But you don't go from 20 years of incompetence to all of a sudden becoming a fine-tuned, well-oiled machine that is headed for a championship. You got to take some steps forward, and they start with a win. They start with you doing better than the other team. It's kind of what happened. So if you didn't expect this, I can't help you, my man. If you expected perfection and you wanted 140 yards on the ground and 330 yards passing and 4 touchdowns and, a perfect defense, I can't help you, dude. I can't help you. Some of you are ridiculous. Okay? Spooky Myers. Not only is the name ridiculous, but your suggestions to think that you were going to get some kind of perfection or close to perfection. When you dominate a team and the game was never in doubt, there's not a goddamn thing to complain about. That's the way I look at it. I'm a Dolphin fan. I know what I got to complain about. Oh, yeah. When I see my coach, celebrating field goals, when I see a coach that, wants to play jabroni brisket over Tua, there are things that I can complain about over the years that I've watched with the Miami Dolphins. A 1-15 season. There's a lot of things that I can look back and complain on. But right now, it's not the time to complain, dude. They played a pretty damn good game overall, considering they just put this thing together on offense. And they played a really good defense. And again, the game was never in doubt. So if you're expecting 450 yards passing and 150 yards on the ground, well, I'm sorry, dude, they didn't meet your standards. But any NFL game you win that was never in doubt, that's a good game. Because I don't know how many NFL games go down to the end of the game. They go down to the final wire. That happens all the time. Oh, by the way, that happens all the time to Miami Dolphin fans. Miami Dolphin fans didn't drop one bead of sweat on Sunday. That's a good Sunday. That's a really good Sunday. Okay? The only people sweating were the people that had their cars on fire. Those are the only people sweating it out. I hope they all had insurance. All right, let's start hour number 4, and we step into the huddle with Matt Verderame.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Slomin Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Slomin Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Slomin Shield.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderame. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderame.
Good morning, Matt. You know, I love Dolphin fans that act like they've won like 7 titles in the last 8 years. And so their team wins 20-7 against a Patriot team that they completely stifled, a Belichick coach that came in 5 days prior to a game on the same coast because he can't solve the Dolphin puzzle. And 2-0 now is 4-0. But just the fact that, what do you think about a game that is never in doubt? Is that a good game, Matt?
If you're on the winning side of it, it's a really good game. If you're on the losing side of it, it's a tough day, especially if you spent an entire week at a place getting ready for the game.
Right.
No, look,
you got a lot of balls as a Dolphins fan to complain about anything.
You know what though? Every fan. I mean, you're right. By the way, you're right. But every fan base, it's incredible. Do you know how many people have emailed me already about their team or DM me about how they didn't play well? I've had Chiefs fans say to me, "Well, it's just Arizona. You scored 44 points. What do you want? You need 60." I mean, so look, with the Dolphins defense scored as many points as the Patriots offense. Right. They were great. The Dolphins defense was fantastic. I don't know what else you could possibly want from them. The offense moved the ball throughout the game. Look, there's some things you want to clean up. Sure. The offensive line gave up some sacks. Okay. Would you like to score more than 13 points offensively? Sure. Absolutely. Yes.
Would you like to be the Patriots? Would you like to be the Jets?
Right.
You
exactly.
Can be that too also, right? You know what I'm saying?
You can certainly look. If you're the Dolphins, I think it's very easy to say played really well, won the game. Second half, you'd like the offense to be a little bit better. Okay, fine. But like that's a good problem to have rather than just, well, we looked like crap for 60 minutes. And so now you've got to go back to the drawing board. The Dolphins played really well in the first half. They played great in the first half. Second half, they played well enough. They held on. And as you said, and it's true, they were never in any trouble losing that game. It never was a one-score game with the Patriots having the ball. They were excellent on defense.
Once you had the kill shot, the kill shot was that touchdown, that 47-yarder, that 4th and 7.
Yep.
Which was a great call by the coach, a heck of a throw by Tua, and obviously a great play by Waddle. And that was the game right there, dude. The game was over after that. It was never in doubt after that. So you didn't really have to do too much.
No, it really wasn't. I mean, look, I give McDaniel credit. On 4th and 7 at that point, I actually was wondering, will they just punt the ball because then New England's not going to score? And if you give them the ball here, then maybe they get a field goal out of it. I give them credit. I give him credit for going for it. I thought it was the best throw of the day for Tua, not only because of its result, but I just thought he fit the ball in there. Like, I went back and watched every snap last night because obviously I knew I was going to be doing this show.
By the way, he looked that safety to the left and moved him just a second, a millisecond, and that's how he got that strike right into Waddle. If he doesn't look off the safety has the angle to get to that hole where he was hitting Waddle. So I don't know if a lot of people saw that, but Tua did manipulate that coverage also at the same time. So it's not just the throw, but if you look at it before the throw, that was really key, him moving and keeping the safety to the left side.
He did a very nice job. Look, I thought throughout the game, 2 things really stood out to me with the Dolphins. One, well, offensively. One was Tua, which is his calling card, was very, very accurate in the game. Very accurate. Like at all points, I can count on one hand how many throws you'd say, well, you'd like that throw to be better. I know the first throw of the game, everybody got on him on Twitter. That was because of a high snap, and they were totally out of rhythm the second that play started. He was very accurate. The second thing I really liked actually had nothing to do with him. I liked it at the snap. They had a ton of motion all game long, which is something you see in San Francisco. So I'm not shocked that Mike McDaniel does that. But there are still coaches in the league who barely use motion. And I always think if you can make a defender think for a half second, if you've got to move an alignment, you're already ahead of the ball game. And I thought the Dolphins, with all their speed especially, you should always have guys in motion. Give Tyreek Hill a head start. Give Jalen Waddle a head start. They did a lot of that. I thought it was really advantageous for them. I'd like to see them continue to do it, and I'm sure they will with McDaniel's offense.
Yeah. Tua with Tua, I thought he played a solid game. It wasn't anything great. Yeah. He does have to get some of the brain farts out where he still has this tendency of not letting the play go. When it's dead, he's still trying to make a play, and he's got to watch out with that because it's going to turn into a turnover or two, which that happened to him last year. And he got injured in Alabama the same way. Saban would talk about that too, that he'd hang on to plays a little too long. And dude, when you're not a big quarterback, you also shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. You need to throw it away or just take the damn sack and live for the next play, man. That's the one thing I will say. But by the way, going back to motion, one of the things Hank Stram, back in the day, Sid Gilman with the Chargers, and Landry with the Cowboys. Yes. And back in the day, you remember how the Cowboy line used to stand up and go back down again? You remember that?
Yep.
And the reason why they used to do that and go back down is because when they did that and they stood up, they covered the backfield.
Right.
And at that moment, they would move the backfield around. And then when they came back down, the defense would then have to readjust quickly and the ball would be snapped. So you might get them off balance and out of position in one of those ways. That's why Gilman, that's why your guy, Hank Stram, and that's why Landry, they're the ones that started all that shit from back in the day of understanding that the more movement we have, the more chances we have of creating mismatches and getting the defense off balance. So this started so many decades ago with certain coaches back in the day. And it's crazy that, like you just said, to this day, still some of them haven't picked up on that kind of stuff.
No. And I was shocked on Thursday night, the first game of the year, that McVay, they barely used any motion. They barely did it at all, which especially out of him was really surprising. But, you do see that occasionally. The other thing people don't realize, or at least a lot of people don't realize, when you go in motion, you're helping your quarterback immensely figure out what the defense is pre-snap. Because if a guy goes across the formation and a guy goes with him, a corner goes with him, it's man coverage.
Yep.
If he doesn't go with him and they just start shifting and guys are moving in and out, then it's zone. I'm always amazed, like, especially with a guy like Tua, who, listen, how many games has he started in his career? Basically a season's worth. Like, if I'm them, I want to make it as easy for him as possible. I mean, I want to do that no matter who my quarterback is, but I really want to do it for a young guy. Let him see the defense. Is it man? Is it zone? How do they adjust? What do they do? And then maybe if you run the same play later in the game, do they give you the same look? Look, I agree with your assessment too. I thought he was fine. He was accurate. There were times where the Dolphins' offensive line was an issue, where guys got home.
Well, their tackles, yeah, bro. They had their guards moving out to tackles. They had their left tackle get injured. The right tackle got injured. I mean, the swing tackle got injured for a moment. I mean, it was just crazy.
The offensive line was a problem, and that's something against Baltimore they got to straighten out, because Baltimore will try every single way to hit him. Every single way. I mean, they don't have Wink Martindale anymore, but they're still the Ravens. They're going to bring pressure. They're going to come after you. They have guys up front who can do it. That is something where if you're Miami, that needs to get straightened out. Because if it doesn't get straightened out, that's how all of a sudden you throw a pick. You're under duress. You're in third and long. I mean, if the Dolphins, with the way they play offense, they need to stay on schedule. Not as much as they used to, because now they have Hill and Waddle who can make plays after the catch. But they're not going to be a bombs away offense. And so if you can stay on schedule, you can really be dangerous. And that's where they got to really aim to be on Sunday against a Baltimore team that if you get behind the sticks, they can really dial it up.
All right, let's talk about the real problems and the real struggles on offense with the Kansas City Chiefs minus Tyreek Hill now.
Yes.
I mean, that was just an absolute struggle on Sunday against the Cardinals, man. I mean, 360 yards, 5 touchdowns.
Right.
Boy, that was rough sledding for them on Sunday.
The funny thing was they yanked Mahomes with like 10 minutes to go in the game. Like they didn't even could have gone for 406. They do whatever they wanted. They punted once. Smith-Schuster had 79 yards. Kelsey had over 100 yards. Edwards-Helaire had 2 receiving touchdowns. They spread the ball all over the place. You had 9 receivers with a catch, at least 1 catch. The Mahomes was great. They didn't get, he barely got pressured, despite the fact that the Cardinals blitzed over 50% of the time. Which, by the way, how coordinators still blitz him is beyond me. It blows my mind. Like, you're better off rushing 1 guy and dropping 10.
Yeah,
blitzing 5 guys.
That's what you do to those kind. That's what you're supposed to do to those guys, actually.
And the Cardinals just sat there and blitzed him all game. It was incredible. Right. And look, they paid for it.
It's like blitzing Brady. It's like blitzing any of the great quarterbacks. You don't blitz those guys because that's stupid. You're now creating a mismatch for your side now by doing that. And you cannot do that. You need everybody possible. You gotta. That's how Brady lost against the Giants, because the Giants could beat them with the base, and that was the key for them. That they didn't have to send the extra pass rusher. They had 4 guys that could maul you, and then they had a 5th and a 6th guy come off the bench to just give them even more deeper rotation to get after Brady. And that's how they were successful against Brady those 2 times, because they had the D line that can get after him. That's how you beat the Mahomes and the Bradys and the Montanas of the world. You must get natural pressure from them. Once you start designing blitzes, you play it into their hands.
People get way too into like, well, I play cover 2. I play quarters. None of it matters. You either can get home with 4 or you cannot. Like, to me, on Thursday night, they play the Chargers, who have a great passer. They had 6 sacks against the Raiders. The Raiders line is terrible, but the point is
it is. It's really, really bad. Yes.
It's awful. It's maybe the worst line in football. That being said, I'll tell you right now, that Thursday night game is going to come down to one thing. If the Chargers can get home with 4 guys consistently, they can win the game. If they can't, I don't care if J.C. Jackson plays. If he doesn't play, they have no shot. If they can't get to him, they're losing. And the same's true the other way. The Chiefs are going to have to get to Herbert with their front 4. If you have to start blitzing those guys, you're dead. They will pick you apart, because let's face it, if you're blitzing, you're playing man behind it. And if you're playing man behind it, and a lot of times with 1 safety, these guys, they're too good. They're going to find somebody open. And then especially with those types of teams, you have a lot of speedy receivers. But yeah, I was shocked. I know the Cardinals advanced Joseph. They love to blitz anyway. I thought in this game they would rein that in a little bit. They didn't. They also kept trying to play Isaiah Simmons on Kelsey one-on-one, and that did not pan out.
Well, it looks like Kelsey might be headed for the greatest year a tight end is ever going to have. See, because that's one thing. When I looked at the stats, I was like, okay, is this a sign of things to come, that it's really Kelsey the one, and then all the receivers are going to kind of be complimentary? And obviously Andy's going to be smart, using a lot of his running backs as receivers out of the backfield too, because they're playmakers. So I almost see like Kelsey having, like, my God, a career year in yardage, dude. Oh my God. Wow.
Well, they will isolate him anytime they can. And, the Chargers actually are the one team that's been able to slow him down somewhat with Derwin James. Last year, it was actually ironic. The second game they played in L.A., James played the game, but he left the game in like the middle of the 3rd quarter. He got injured. And to that point, Kelsey had 1 catch. And after he left, he had 170 yards and a half of football. Like, it just immediately flipped. But, yeah, he's going to be the guy. Kelsey has an immense amount of rapport with Mahomes. But also, I just think with the Chiefs, they're going to spread you out. And whoever they feel is the best matchup, that's where the ball's going. Like, look, Tyreek Hill's amazing, and he was great for Miami in their Week 1 game, and he'll go well over 1,000 yards. He's a phenomenal talent. The Chiefs are not going to be able to replace him or replicate him. But what they are going to be able to do now is spread you out with 4 wide and go, okay, it's Kelsey, Hardman, Marcus Valdes-Scantling, and Juju Smith-Schuster. Guard all of them. Figure it out. Your 4th corner is going to be on one of them. So we're going to, I mean, Mahomes had the two worst throws of the day were two balls he missed Harden. They would have been touchdowns, deep balls. Harden was wide open. So that's going to be the challenge for teams now. It was always, how do you deal with Kelsey and Hill? Now it's, you don't have Hill, but you have four other guys who can all catch a pass and go for 20 yards. So how do you do it? What do you do? I think you're going to see a lot of teams play zone and just back up and hope they can hold them to a field goal.
All right. Answer this.
I have no answer for that. I can tell you, Paul Brown, when he was the coach, hated that thing. Hated it. So he would not be thrilled if he were alive today.
Modell retired it. It should have stayed retired. I mean, seriously, dude. I was just talking with Rap Sheet about this, that, you know, Burger King had that creepy ass king a couple of years back. The Marlins, we had this minor league team in New Orleans called the Baby Cakes. And the logo for that was a creepy ass baby, bro. I mean, and the real logo that they have walking around like a baby cake. Oh my God, that thing is super creepy. Look at it. It's got pointy fingers. It looks evil. As I told Rap Sheet, this looks like an elf that would be charged with child molestation or something. I don't like this. This is weird. This is not. No.
My thing is, like, I get the Browns don't have a logo really other than their helmet because, like, for obvious reasons, they don't have a logo.
So the Steelers have 3 stars that we have and they don't even have enough money to put it on the other side of the helmet. So what? Who cares? It is what it is. It's cool.
I don't understand. Like, I understand that the logo was their logo in like the 50s. I get it. But yeah, that thing, that's the scariest thing about the Browns right now.
Yes.
That logo is going to keep some kids awake at night.
Yes.
But, you know, I am typically very pro paint the field. I love when teams paint the field.
Sure.
This might be a bridge too far. We might have jumped the shark a little bit with this furious elf.
Yes. And by the way, what kind of, balance can you possibly have with those kind of shoes on a football field? I mean, it just,
it's not good.
Yeah, it's not good. This is as evil and as weird as it gets, what they did with that thing. One more thing. What did you think of Coach Nathaniel Hackett? But at least he came off the he didn't go down the path of, no, that's the decision we made. It's a good decision. You know how coaches sometimes just cannot admit when they're wrong. It looks like Hackett at least admitted that, hey, you know what? Yeah, I should have gone with the money player, not with a 64-yard field goal.
I don't understand. Like, in real time, so I was sitting there watching the game with a buddy of mine, and when they got to 4th and 5, we just figured, like, okay, they'll call timeout, and then we started running through scenarios. Like, okay, what are they? Are they going to just try to throw a quick out? Are they going to do a slant? Whatever. And then we realized, why are they letting all this time run out? What are they doing? And we still, like, neither one of us ever considered at any point in time that they were going to kick a field goal until we saw McManus out there. Like, oh my God, this thing is from 64 yards. And the point that's been lost in all this, he missed it by a mile, but Seattle called timeout. So I thought for sure, my God, now they're going to yank him off the field. Nope.
Right.
Ran him out there again. And he, to his credit, made a much better kick and almost hit it. But
well, he's a hell of a kicker. I mean,
he's a very good kicker.
I don't even hold that against the poor guy.
Oh,
64
no way.
yards. Jesus Christ, dude. But
my
you
thing
set
is,
him up for failure, basically.
You paid Russell Wilson $242 million. You traded away players. You traded away multiple first and second round picks. It's 4th and 5 against a team with no corners. You couldn't pick up 5. Like, can you imagine if the Buccaneers said to Brady, "Hey, Tom, listen, why don't you sit this one out? Because we're looking at a 64-yarder here. We're good." Or if the Chiefs had that Mahomes or the Bills at Allen, like that was just, frankly, I thought almost like emasculating. Like, you're not going to let him go for 4th and 5 here in his old building with all these receivers you have and everything else. And look, that's the kind of game like people say, well, it's week 1. The NFL's only got 17 of these. Like, that could cost you a division. That could cost you a playoff spot. I mean, that
For sure.
You know,
For sure.
that was an ugly game for Denver, and it was an awful decision.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was just an absolutely brutal decision, man. All right, so you got your Chiefs winning it on Thursday?
I think it's going to be a great game. I do by like a field goal. I think the spread's about right. If the game was in LA, I'd probably pick the Chargers. I think those two teams will split this year. I think that I'll tell you what, truthfully, I think the injury of Keenan Allen is a huge deal. Because now if you're the Chiefs, you double Williams, and like I respect Eckler, but it's not like he's a receiver who's going to get 30 yards downfield. Like I think Allen. I know McDuffie's out for the Chiefs. The Chiefs have some young depth, but pretty promising depth there. I think they'll be okay. Allen being out is like if Kelsey was out for Kansas City. It just changes the entire dynamic of the offense. After he went out, they only scored 7 points against the Raiders. So I think the Chiefs will win, but I do think it'll be very close. And if Bosa and Mack get home, it's all bets are off.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's what you have to live with Keenan Allen. He's a great player, great talent, but he'll miss his share of games, dude. It's just one of those things. Unfortunately, he hasn't necessarily been the most durable player, throughout his career. He'll get dinged up, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Got to find a way to overcome in the NFL, man. That's right. Hey, listen, the Chiefs started the season without Tyreek Hill, so they lost a huge piece that they've got to now adjust and overcome. Some guy, a buddy of mine goes to me, oh, well, I guess Mahomes will be fine. I said, no, Andy Reid will be fine. He's been doing this with all kinds of quarterbacks. Even guys like Michael Vick and Alex Smith played their best ever under that guy. So it doesn't matter what running back you are, what receiver you are, what quarterback you are. You will play your best under that dude every single time, bro. It's just consistent. It's crazy.
He's got a long track record. I mean, he got a second-round pick for Kevin Cobb. So that's all that needs to be said. But no, like I've likened it all off season too. They went from being a movie where they had like the two big stars on the silver screen and they have them on the marquee. Now it's more of an ensemble. They just have a lot of guys. They're going to spread you out. They're going to throw the ball all over the place. And I think what really got lost in Arizona again, they actually ran the ball fantastically, which is something they never do. Even with a great offensive line, they never run the ball particularly well. They don't try to. They did against Arizona. I'm curious to see if they'll try to do it against the Chargers as well.
All right. Well, tell them about Stacking the Box, my brother.
Always. Every Tuesday and Sundays. Sundays right before the games for an hour. Tuesdays at noon Eastern, 11 Central. Run it for an hour. We also have a ton of guys we interviewed throughout. We had Cam Akers on last week. Next week, we have Stephon Diggs coming on from the Bills. So there's just plenty of content there. Cover the whole league. And then on Fanside, check out, I had the power rankings on Tuesday. Quarterback rankings came out today. Your guy Tua moved up a handful of spots. And on Thursday, we have the picks. So check it all out and follow me on Twitter. There's plenty to go around.
That's right. Follow my man, Matt Verderame, on Twitter. Get it done. And let me get this thing off the board before I don't know. That thing is ugly.
You're gonna lose viewership.
Yeah, no, I know. I probably any of the parents right now were probably hiding their kids during this segment. That's probably what
class action lawsuit.
Yeah. It's kind of like that AT&T commercial, and then they're covering everybody's eyes. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that's going on right now in households all over the place. Matt, much love, my brother. We'll catch up next week. Enjoy the football, my friend.
Take it easy, Big O.
You got it. There you go. Matt Verderame. Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderame. We now step out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderame. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. Gilbert Martinez, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. Thank you. One thing I don't think people are talking about is I believe this defense is a lot better than last year. The 2021 defense was a turnover machine. I believe this year will be even better. I hope so. Oh no, Big O, please step back in the huddle. Matt does a great job. He's an excellent, excellent, excellent guest every week. Excellent insider for us. No Mo Field Goal says, hey, part of playing chess is looking ahead. My question is, are the Finns in a place to look to add 1 to 3 missing pieces to get to the next tier of teams? Of course they are, but that won't happen until next year when you get to the draft and free agency and things like that. They're not supposed to be elite. It's just like the other guy that was like, well, they didn't run that well, this, that. It's like, what, you expect a perfect game in week 1? It's going to take several weeks, maybe not even this year you'll get a perfect game from this team. It's not like they have holes, and they still have a couple holes. Look, we still don't know if the offensive line is even close to being fixed. We just don't know that yet. But we need to see a lot more of Jackson and Eichenberg and Hunt and all these guys. Connor and Armstead, I'm not worried about those guys. Maybe Armstead a little bit with durability, but that's about it. But overall, I know those guys can play. It's all figuring out if the other 3 can play and how good they are and if this is their natural positions and, what's best and all that kind of stuff. So you've got to figure all of that out. And hopefully you'll get some answers this year from those guys. But it's one game. And that's the thing about this sport. Everything's fine. If they lose this week to the Ravens, dude, all hell will break loose. Doesn't matter what happened this week. It's fire McDaniel. He's really not that good. It's another bad new coach and what is it, unproven type coach that they hired, that kind of stuff. Tua obviously will suck, and that's just the way it is. We'll go from week to week. We'll go from one extreme to another because that's the NFL. Sucks, but it's the truth. Tua looks pretty good so far. I think we just need to understand his limits, and we're going to be just fine. No, he needs to understand his limits, not us. He needs to understand them. Every football player, baseball player, basketball player, hockey player, soccer player, they all have some kind of limit, and they got to know what they can do and what they can't do. And that's the beauty of being, understanding who you are as a player. So you can play to your max, So you can play to the max so you can live it on the edge right there, like Edge Energy Drink. Go to myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com and use our code Big O so you can get the finest energy drink on the planet, baby. Delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. Go check it out. Edge Energy Drink. Delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. Only 78 calories. And an awesome elixir. I mean, when you mix it up with some vodka, woo, doggy, that's beautiful. Oh, love it. Eddie Lepp says, spot on, oh. If they lose, massive overreaction. Yep. And again, Big O, use our code Big O, get 10% off. Can't get it in a store. Got to go to myedgedrink.com, get it delivered right to your home or office. Someone wants to remind us that they farted. Big O, you said if Tua can eliminate brain farts, then this team is a playoff. No, I did not say that. I didn't say that. I never said that. I never said that if Tua can eliminate brain farts, this team is playoff bound. This team is playoff bound already. Tua needs to eliminate the brain farts for his own play so he can be a really good player. Okay? Because those brain farts could become real problems. So he's got to let go of plays. I never said that. That's the difference. This team's going to go to the playoffs. I count on Tua to fix those things. He's a smart kid. He'll get it done. He's got to let go that thing. I got to try to make a play. No. Sometimes the play is dead. Let it go. But I never said that he would, that if he clears up the brain farts, they're going to be a playoff team. Oh, you say that? Well, you said Big O. You said if Tua can eliminate. Anyway, can you ask Sean if the Fiend will come back? I have no idea what the Fiend is. What are we talking about here, Sean? Is there something going on that I missed on your last wrestling show or something?
No, it's Bray Wyatt. He's going to be back. It just he was offered a lot of money, and it's putting a hiccup in where he's going to return at. It's either going to be WWE, which I believe it's going to be soon, or Freddie Prinze Jr.'s new startup wrestling company because he threw a lot of money at him.
Freddie Prinze Jr. has a wrestling company?
Yeah, he used to write for WWE. He was one of the creative writers for WWE for a long time. For a while.
No idea Freddie Prinze Jr. did that kind of stuff.
Yeah, big wrestling fan, and he's got enough money for 3 years of a business proposal for a wrestling company.
Okay. All right. Well, good for him. He is an actor, so he might know how to stage it the right way. Let's see. So there you go. The guy's name is The Fiend. All right. Frankie wants to ask, was the fart deadly? Well, he won't answer if it was. You know what I'm saying? If it was deadly, that is. Oh, I've got the Chiefs, Brian. Chiefs and Chargers. I'm going Chiefs. Frankie says, everybody loves wrestling. That's why you need to come on. Oh, Lordy. By the way, we struggled a little bit there with our A. Lenny Locksmith lockdown segment yesterday. Why don't we get to our lockdown segment once again?
Time to lock it down. The Lockdown is brought to you by ALennyLocksmith.com. Services in South Florida from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, ALennyLocksmith.com locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Here's the Big O to tell you what needs to be locked down.
All right. We lost yesterday, but we're struggling lately. I got to say, we're down to 32, 24, and 2. So we're only 8 games above 500 in this streak, which is still decent, but, we got to do better than that. We gave you Phillies minus 1.5, and, of course, we lost by that half run. We either win or lose by that half run. Sandy ended up losing, went 7 innings, 8 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 Ks. Like I figured he wouldn't get enough run support, but I thought the Phillies would score an extra run at least. But they won 2-1. And we did not, unfortunately. So tonight, they will continue the set. Kyle Gibson versus Edward Cabrera. And Edward, by the way, has been pitching very well lately. He's 5-2 with a 2.63 ERA. And Kyle Gibson, 9-6 with a 4.57 ERA. Philly is favored by 1.5 runs. The over and under 7.5. Philly is minus 130 on the money line. And Miami is plus 110. I'm going to ride here that Edward has been pitching well lately. So I'm going to go under 7.5 runs in this game. I'm going to count on another good outing, keeping the score down, keeping the runs down. So I'm going to ride the under here, under 7.5 runs. Philadelphia and the Marlins tonight. And don't forget, if you're locked out of your home, locked out of your car, you call ALennyLocksmith.com. All right? Go to the website, ALennyLocksmith.com. Check it out, whether you're in Miami, North Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm, Boca, you name it, all the way up to Port St. Lucie, and our friends in Tampa and Orlando and Phoenix, Arizona. We've got locations there at ALennyLocksmith.com. Go check it out for yourself. They also program car keys too. So not only can they replace your car keys or make duplicates for you, but if you need those keys to be programmed, Lenny Locksmith can do that also for you. 561-284-5090. That's 561-284-5090. That is your lockdown segment.
The Lockdown is brought to you by ALennyLocksmith.com. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming. All model cars. 24-hour service. Call them anywhere in South Florida at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at ALennyLocksmith.com where we lock it down.
Love it. We love to lock it down. Yes. Lenny Locksmith getting it done as always. All right. Congratulations, Sean. It was nice yesterday. They won. But tell me you don't miss rain delays at Inter Miami at Drive Pink Stadium and being there till 1 a.m. or something like that, huh? I bet you missed being at those games, huh?
No, I actually was talking to Mike because I actually turned it on for a minute at half, and I saw the weather delay, and I was like, I'm so glad I'm not doing these games right now.
It's the best, dude. The absolute best. I'm at the Killers and Johnny Marr concert, right? And during the concert, Franco Panizo tweets out that there's another delay or something, and that this is going to go late into the night or whatever. And at first they were going to actually postpone it till tomorrow. They were going to replay the game tomorrow. So, but then they ended up deciding on playing it at what's it called? Around 11:30 at night, they started to replay the game. So Panizo is tweeting out, right? And let me put it for you here. I'm going to share it with you because he tweets this out last night. Okay. So he tweets this out. It says, and we have a weather delay at Drive Pink Stadium. Maybe a bit, but we'll pass along any updates we hear with regards to the resumption of the match, right? And so I tweet back, meanwhile, at the Killers concert, and I'm like right next to this guy. I'm like within 15 feet. It's a great shot, by the way. You got to admit, that is a great picture right there, okay? And I'm thinking, I'm going, my God, I had to deal with that crap for so long.
You know what the worst part about it was, though?
What's that?
I'm sitting there and, and they're like weather delay, and then they're showing, behind the stands, and all you see is lightning strike after lightning strike after lightning strike. And it's 30 minutes. As soon as that lightning strike hits, it's 30 minutes, restart. And I'm like, this game isn't starting anytime soon.
Yeah.
They ended up on my TV going to the news and then on to other programming. I don't know if they came back to it.
But, they came back to it after in the middle of the night.
Yeah, because they were showing it, and all I kept seeing was lightning strike. They must have all right, that's enough.
I mean, thank God we didn't have to go do that stuff anymore, brother. God, that is so good. I'm glad that they won. Higuain got the other goal because they did equalize it, but he got a second goal in the 82nd minute. So they climbed up to the 8th spot, by the way. They've got 39 points. Columbus, the team they just beat, is the team ahead of them in the 7th spot at 41 points. So they were up by 5 points on them. They weren't going to catch up with a win, but at least now they've got a shot. You lose that game last night, and you're probably pretty much officially done almost. Not technically, mathematically and all that, but yeah, you were kind of toast. Now you got a shot. You're now in 8 with 39. Columbus is in 7th spot with 41. Dude, Cincinnati's got 42 points at number 6, and Orlando's got 42 points at number 5. So you're right there, but you have no room to screw up anymore. You need a win. And Sunday, by the way, they take on the DC United at Drive Pink Stadium at 5 o'clock. Must-win situation for Inter Miami. There's no other way to do it. You've got to win. Find a way. I mean, listen, it's up to you, Inter Miami and Miami Marlins. We have the Heat off season. We have the Dolphin off season. We have things that will keep us entertained. I just want to warn you. I mean, the problem is listen to the problem of baseball and soccer. They have to compete with basketball off season, which sometimes is more important and bigger than the regular season, and football off season. You go from free agency to the draft to mini camps to training camp. We have that dead part in June, right into the early part of July. That's that 1 month, 3 weeks, whatever, that, soccer and baseball has a window to capture our imagination. If they didn't do it from April on when they started. But this is they're competing against the two powerhouses and their off seasons. And they can't compete with their off seasons. And so once the seasons roll around, oh my God, forget about it. You're done. So I know Jorge Mas gets that. He's smart enough to get that. I don't know if Bruce Sherman and company get it. They obviously don't really care because they don't do enough about it. Mas will do something about it. He just, they made a bunch of mistakes early on. Now they're trying to overcome those mistakes, and they'll build on it because he knows, he gets it. You better become relevant, or if not, we're not going to care. And apathy is already setting in for Inter Miami. The only people really following Inter Miami are the hardcore people like myself and all those supporters groups and all that. But we follow local soccer no matter who it is. Strikers, Miami FC, Inter Miami. We love soccer. We want local soccer to take off. So they're not going to lose us ever. But you guys out there, the fringe, the lunatic fringe, and the twilight's last gleaming, you're in heartache. Yes, sir. As I sing Little Red Rider. What?
Lunatic Fringe used to be John Moxley. When he was
really?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's also Red Rider, the name of the band. Gagang. I love that song. It's a good song. It's a good song. Keep you best players on the Marlins. Stop giving away the house. Yes, that would help out. Eddie Lepp says it's so awesome that it's football season and we're 1-0 after beating the Pats. Amen to that. Yes, Barca lost. Thank you. Appreciate it. Rub it in, Frankie. Go ahead. Rub it in. Go ahead. Deshaun Watson it. Go ahead. Rub it in. I got you. So did you guys, I guess there's been now follow-up stories to the Brett Favre deal. Oh, man. Did you see those texts? That is nasty. What they've got going on there. And that's the thing about in today's world, man, there's like a digital imprint of what you do. And so you send a text, it just doesn't die. So the Texas governor and Brett Favre diverted the welfare funds to Brett Favre, right? And so there were text messages between 17 and 19 that were filed this week by attorneys representing Nancy New, who had already pleaded guilty to 13 felony counts of bribery, fraud, and racketeering for her role in the scheme. New was the founder of the Mississippi Community Education Center, which was tasked at spending millions in federal welfare funds to help the state. This is a very poor state, okay? This might be one of our most poor states we have, or the poorest state we have in the country. The text show Favre and New and Bryant discussing how to divert welfare funds to build a $5 million volleyball stadium at Southern Miss. Favre played football at Southern Miss, and his daughter was a volleyball player there at the time of some of the texts were sent. If you were to pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much? Favre asked in 2017. After telling Favre that we never have that information publicized, she got back to him the next day. Wow, just got off the phone with Phil Bryant. He's on board with us. We will get this done, she told Favre. And then another text sent July of 2019, Bryant told New he had just finished meeting with Favre and asked her if they could help him with the project. Bryant, who left office in 2020, had previously denied helping with the scheme. Last year, Favre paid back the $600,000 to the state of Mississippi, an amount he had been paid for speeches he never gave. Favre was commissioned in 17 and 18 to promote a state poverty fighting initiative, receiving $1.1 million. The state auditor's office reported that he initially gave back $500,000 of the amount, but earlier this month, Favre was asked in a letter to repay the remainder plus interest. Then in May, the Mississippi Department of Human Services filed a lawsuit against Favre because he had not paid back the interest of $1.1 million and the amount of $228,000. And as I've said for a while, this guy is nothing more than a scumbag. That's all. He's a scumbag. Nothing more, nothing less. So this is why I tweeted out this morning, because they still have it floating around there. Let me show you guys, because it is amazing how you still have that there, and you're still using that as representation for your company. I'm sure they don't have somebody running their social media that's any good, because you would have taken down my tweet or done something. So Hollow app, which is a Christian athletes, it says pray with Brett Favre and so many other Christian athletes on Hollow, the number one Christian prayer athlete in the U.S. So I tweet back, pray you don't get caught stealing. Oh, man. Pray you don't get caught stealing. The fact that you still have that tweet up just shows the phoniness of your entire company. First of all, you would hire Brett Favre from the get-go, Mr. Penis Picks. I mean, that's just, that's the Christian way. Yeah. Does Brett Favre go into the confession booth and say, forgive me, Father, but I have sinned? No problem, my son. What happened? Well, I sent penis pics out. Huh? Yeah. Father, I sent some penis pics out. Would you like to see them? No. But listen, have them represent your company. I mean, that's what you want good Christian people like Brett Favre representing your company, your corporation. Because his ways are the right way. Big O, you gave us Philly plus 1.5. Did I say no? I said Philly minus 1.5 too. No, I would love to take dude. If you took them plus 1.5, then good for you. You won. God bless you. You did not hear it the right way. I lost. Okay. I am not my man Omar Kelly. Okay. If I'm wrong, I'm going to tell you I'm wrong. And I'm happy to, tell you I'm wrong, because I'm a human being and I'll never be 100% right. But I said Philly minus 1.5, my brother. They were favored. I didn't say Philly plus 1.5. If I said it, I don't even know. I'd have to go back and check it out. If I said it by accident, I meant Philly 1.5. I'm pretty sure I said 1.5. You probably didn't hear it right. But I got to say, even if I hear it and it says plus 1, I'm going to take the loss because I bet it minus. So I lost. I lost the money last night. Okay. I've been on a roll, so I've been, cashing in on the roll too at the same time. It's not like I'm just throwing it out there and not, Putting a little thing in there. Troy Ortiz says, "Oh, was Red Rider a one-hit wonder? Any other good tracks you would recommend?" No, they were a one-hit wonder. That's the only thing I know from Red Rider. I think they're a Canadian band. I want to say. Look it up for me, Sean. Red Rider, the band. I want to say they're Canadian, eh? Don't know why, but off the top. I mean, listen, if I knew that, if that fact is correct about Red Rider, I mean, really, seriously, the fact I even remembered that Lunatic Fringe was sung by Red Rider is a miracle as it is, because that's like a one-hit wonder. But I don't know why I have the feeling that they are a Canadian band from back in the day.
Hey.
So Daryl says, I confirmed it from the show, bro. I listened back. Promise you. Oh, well, then you win, bro. I screwed up. I bet minus. Yes, sir. What were you going to say?
Hey, you're right.
Oh, they're Canadian, eh? Ha! And I thought I was a hoser and was going to get it wrong. So there you go. They're Canadian, eh? Kind of like, another Canadian band that got a one-hit wonder, Glass Tiger. There you go. Don't forget me when I'm wrong. Bryan Adams sung the chorus in it. A Canadian singing for a Canadian band in Glass Tiger. And a great song, by the way. That Glass Tiger song is a very good song. Do like it, but it's the only hit that they had. So there you go. Another Canadian band with a solo with one hit wonder. Okay. Chad also says they are Canadian. Thank you, Chad. Oh, Triumph is, Triumph and Rush. That's Canadian royalty. Okay. That's what it is. It's a shame that they hate each other so much. That Rick Emmett and the drummer, God, I'm brain farting now, the drummer. Anyway, because he's really the boss of the band, the drummer. And it's a shame. Obviously, Rick feels like he was shorted money and stuff and whatever, but it's a shame that they'll never get back together again. I saw them, I think, twice. Didn't see them enough. That is one of those bands that I regret not seeing 8, 10, 12 times, like I've seen lots of other bands. I wish I would have seen Triumph a whole bunch, man. What a shame. Love Triumph. Big O, that was pretty bad singing. I don't claim to be a singer, my brother. You do not tune in for my singing. Okay? You might tune in for some music knowledge, but not the singing itself. Yes, Rush is music royalty, but obviously, we got to give them love in their country, Magic Power was a favorite. Love Magic Power. My favorite song actually from Triumph is Young Enough to Cry. Go check it out. Triumph, Young Enough to Cry. It's a bluesy rock song, and it's actually sung by the drummer, not Rick Emmett. Because most hits and most songs for Triumph are sung by Rick Emmett. But there's a couple of songs that the drummer Moving On is one where he's big in it. But for me, Young Enough to Cry, oh dude. That is one of those songs I can jam at any time, at any moment. Young Enough to Cry from Triumph is just a freaking badass bluesy rock and roll, love song, that kind of deal. I love it, man. Love it. Check it out if you can. Young Enough to Cry from Triumph. That's one of those that goes under the radar. You have to be like a hardcore Triumph fan to even know that song, actually. Rock and Roll Machine. That's a great album, Max. Big O, what's your favorite fast food and why? Is it here? Do I have it here? Let me see. Don't think I have it here. No, I have a lot of hats. But my In-N-Out hat is not there. In-N-Out Burger, bro. In-N-Out Burger is my favorite fast food. If you're gonna force me to eat fast food, it'll be In-N-Out Burger, and then second will be Chick-fil-A. Best two with service, fast food. Best trained employees in fast food, and consistently the best food every time you visit. Rarely will you have issues with those two. So not only do I love In-N-Out Burger, and I also love Chick-fil-A, although do we consider Roscoe's Chicken fast food even though it's only in Southern California? Or because you've got to go in, because Roscoe's doesn't, I don't know, do they have, is there a Roscoe's with a drive-through in California? Somebody help me out that's in California, because I've never been to. Wait a minute. I know I saw that son of a bitch here. Wait a minute. Where are you? Come on. I don't have my Roscoe's here either. Damn it, I don't have my Roscoe's hat here. I do have a Roscoe's hat. Yep. Habit Burger Grill. Is that like a fast food, or is that just like a one thing, like one place? You got to have multiple locations, dude. Dean Brown says no. Big D says no. John Valoria says no. Geez, I had to go to Me TV TEM. What the hell does that mean? I don't know what that means, Mike. Imagine a band with Van Halen on lead guitar, Neil Peart on drums. I'd pick Cliff Burton on bass and Mercury on vocals. Sad we lost all four of them before their time. Yep, that would be fun. I don't know if they would make great music because you got to have also that chemistry. You know what I'm saying? And so that would be a thing, you know? Big O, ESPN stole your Browns logos. I don't think so. I think everybody's been talking about that Browns logo since yesterday, bro. I am not breaking any kind of ground or anything with that thing, okay? Oh, Lordy. Lordy. All right, folks. Can we tell you a little bit about Babbel? Because some of you out there may want to learn a new language. And Babbel is the way that you can learn a new language. And we have 14 different languages. And when it comes to Babbel, it is the language learning app that has sold more than 10 million subscriptions. And there's a reason why so many people have bought it, because it works. It's a really fun way to do it. My daughter's doing it now so she can sharpen up her Spanish. Very erratic Spanish. Kind of like her dad. Mine's a little better, but that's, but really, I got nothing to brag about. I need to use it also. They are addictively fun and easy way to learn a new language. And whether you're going to be traveling abroad or connecting in a deeper way with family like my daughter, or you just have some free time, Babbel teaches bite-sized language lessons that you can actually learn and use in the real world. So they're not going to teach you silly stuff that you're never going to use. That just doesn't make any sense whatsoever, So Babbel's 15-minute lesson plans make it an easy way for you to learn a language on the go. So you can be walking, you can be speed walking, you can be jogging, you can be doing weights, you can be just chilling out, you can be getting some sun, and you're learning a new language. Other lesson plans, they use AI for their lesson plan, for their language learning apps use lesson plans. And let me tell you, the AI lesson plans, it's nothing like Babbel's lessons. They were created by over 100 language experts. Their teaching methods have been scientifically proven to be effective. And with Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages like German, Italian, French, and even Espanol. Plus, Babbel's speech recognition technology helps you improve your pronunciation and accent. And there's so many ways to learn with Babbel. In addition to the lessons, you can access podcasts, games, videos, stories, and even live classes. Plus, it comes with a 20-day money-back guarantee. Start your new language learning journey today with Babbel. Right now, save up to 60% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/Big-O. That's babbel.com/Big-O for up to 60% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. Let's take a break. Hour number 4 is starting right now. We're going to Mike McDaniel addressing the Meteors.
Tool and resource that assuming that you can't just be a fast guy when you're fast and you can play strong and you can have a diverse route tree. It's an issue because you can expand the field in the same amount of time more than other teams, so that puts stress on the defense. None of that stress even matters unless you have a group of guys working together so that you have time to throw the ball, you make the correct progression, coaches call the right plays to put players in successful situations, and all of that. So it's not by itself, but it was cool to see those guys running around and playing within the timing of our offense, which helped us on the success we did have. No, there's no common theme. I would be very stressed if there was a common theme. You are always coaching to on every run play to max out yardage. We want everybody that we can account for blocked. There's one ball carrier, so there's always one guy you can't block. And so we detail that every week. There are, the whole idea of the offense in general is not to have a ton of yards rushing every week. It's to win. It's to have productive offense and to take advantage of what the defense is giving you. So I think there will be games with that type of effort. There will be games that against a different nucleus of run defenders, we may have more yards rushing. If people overcommit to stopping it, we have to make them pay. That's just offense in general to me. So I'm not as result oriented. I saw guys finishing, guys knew who they're going to. And as always, as there is every game, there's some technique stuff to improve on. But I did think that we started running the ball later in the game better. And that's kind of when they knew we were going to run it. So I was encouraged by that.
Question about the tackles, if I could. Teron was obviously a little banged up, and Greg too. What was that like trying to keep all that together on Sunday? And do you expect both those guys to be available?
No, that's it's not the first rep that I've had at that. Again, I've tried to take advantage of all the opportunities I have had to be involved in a game day operating process. So it was obviously not ideal, but you go back to, it's when it's not the first time that it's happened to you, you just have to adjust and communicate. I spent probably 3 seconds thinking about it and then made the proper adjustments in my mind for what you do in those type of situations and then moved on. So that's, injuries will always happen, sometimes multiple to a position. And as long as your coaching staff and players are prepared for contingency plans, we were even prepared for the next contingency should another player had gone down. So that's the nature of the business. Although not ideal, no one cares after the game how hard it was for you. Then as far as this upcoming game, all of our guys are really working diligently to try to make it. That's I know Teron has in his career has been able to fight through injuries with the best of them. So they're going to do their best, and we'll obviously make the best decision later in the week on who gives us the best chance to win, counting in all those issues with injuries and what it kind of looks like. So
when you look at the game from last year, maybe the defense is one of their better performances last season. Josh was here, you weren't, but when you look at it and having so much of the same personnel on defense, are you encouraged that you're going to be able to make Lamar's day as difficult as it was last year?
No, I've been trying this whole formula for a while now, but I wish we could take the points that we scored or the points that we didn't allow score and apply it to this game. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So, teams are a collection of human beings that are in their present moment. So, although it was cool to watch them, I can put myself in the shoes of the players, of the fans, of the organization. I know what losing streaks are like. So on a nationally televised game, it had to be pretty cool. But as it relates to this game, they get paid too. That's a very, very prideful organization that has done, been at the top of the NFL for a long, long time. Another team that completely dwarfs my win-loss record. So that's about where it stops. Is you watch it for schematic stuff, but as far as it applying to this week, I don't think it pertains really.
Like, how's your sleep schedule versus your last stops?
I get more sleep now than I did in my past endeavors. It's partially because it didn't matter. I used to be able to really push it from game day to almost Wednesday without showering. Now that would be obvious. I can't hide. So so that you prioritize that, and then that's something that I knew had to be adjusted. From the moment that I was assembling the coaching staff. So back in February and March, you're thinking about that, knowing that you need to, and I articulated it to the guys that we retained and the guys that I hired that, hey, I'm going to need, you're looking for people that can help you through this process. So the whole off season's been spent making sure that we're on the same page, that we are a collection of individuals, not just one person. I am accountable and will always be accountable for whatever decisions made. That's my job as a head coach, but my job is also to make the best, or make everybody around me their very best. And they in turn make me better by allowing me to get a little more sleep. So yeah, it was a personal record for me last night, get all my work done, and then the stuff that I can delegate allowed me to get a little shut-eye, which is good.
Mike, with George Godsey, former co-offensive coordinator here, being on the offensive staff in Baltimore, does that at all affect kind of the familiarity? He's obviously very familiar with the defense here. Does that affect your game planning at all?
No, that case in point, I used to be kind of paranoid about that, whether it was players or coaches in the beginning of my career. And then over time, you realize that there's so many different nuances. Being an expert at what we did right then is powerful. But this is a completely new year. We've had a whole off season. The schedule, when did the schedule come out? May. So in May, we knew that game 2 was going to be Baltimore. We know those former coaches were on the staff, but it doesn't really affect anything specifically, especially when it was it really doesn't affect that much on the next calendar year.
I want to ask about Eric Rowe. Is he on track to increase his participation in practice and possibly play?
He's we're hoping so. I know he was really locked in the game, wanted to be there with his teammates. He's very beneficial when he is able to play, and we hope to see continued improvement. As it stands, he's limited, but we hope to see continued improvement during the course of the week.
Who plays Lamar Jackson at practice today?
I do. No, I mean, what? It's that's part of the delegation process. You try to use a couple different people, but the bottom line is you're not going to replicate it. That's part of the shock and awe on game day. When you are, he's, the most dynamic athlete for sure at that position. He's continued to develop his pass game skill set, which you guys saw a little on display in the second half of the Jets game. So regardless of who it is, I'm not going to put pressure on one person and put them on blast in the media. But we'll just say it's a collection of individuals because it takes a collection of individuals to stop them.
Mike, when you looked at the film from the New England game and you saw Cahoon play 18 snaps and that production he did, what did that show you?
Well, hopefully it showed you guys that we're not all crazy working around here. That it was something that, I was happy for him as a rookie. I can just tell it on his face this week. He's a cool dude where who has an incredible story, but you can see he's coming out of his shell. And I thought he was a lot more quiet than he really is. I think he just wanted to prove himself before he did so. Well, he's been proving himself to the coaches and his teammates, from a while. He does stuff every day that you get fired up about. And, I think he acknowledges his situation as well, where it's cool to make some plays. You should gain confidence, but no, as a rookie, it's more about, okay, there's something that's going to happen that you're not going to like. You're either going to be a little off or, something is coming. It is the nature of this game. So focusing on, okay, we can't just live on hooray, I get cheers and people celebrate me. No, take what you can learn from the game, even if it's good or bad, and where are you going to be at when you get beat or somebody makes a play on you the next play.
Mike, what's so fascinating about Sunday and a big decision for Josh is whether to use obviously the same strategy that was unique, that worked so well in the Thursday night game. We're not going to know that decision until obviously game time Sunday, but will you give him input on whether you think he should? Do you defer to him and say you do what's best, or will you offer your thoughts on that when you meet with him this week?
No, that's kind of the way I look at being a head coach in general, is that I want people to own everything as though they are the head coach of whatever position they're doing. So for Josh, I see him as the head coach of defense. That being said, it's important, and that's what we work on weekly, to have a relationship. We talk through a lot of different things. Ultimately on game day, when something happens, it's under the pretense that I'm approving it. I can be on their headset. I choose to use my words wisely, but if there's a defensive call that happens, good or bad, all the good ones I gave thumbs up to, but no, all that I'm very aware of his plan, and really our plan, and that's something as a working coaching staff. We work together in practice as well as the game, so that we're always communicating and on the same page.
Mike, what do you want to see from Tua over the next couple days of practice leading into Sunday?
What do I want to see from him?
Or what do you need to see as his kind of like
it's just the continued growth. He hasn't been satisfied at all, so he keeps building upon. It doesn't always look it, but you got to remember it's his first year in the offense, and it's the first time we're working together. So I want to see him focus on the stuff that he knows that he was frustrated with it to get better, but also I want to see his confidence continue to grow, because he should get more confidence each and every day that he's playing the position with us. and doing it at a high level.
Mike Cahoon, after the game, said he had no idea if he was up or down. He just figured he saw the pads in his locker and he went out there. He didn't even know that. He thought only that all.
Yeah, well, he's a rookie. There's our proper protocol is to individually seek out those not active before the game, and so we don't go to each player and be like, "Congratulations, you're active." So, rookie deal. That's what that doesn't surprise me. I think we want especially our rookies to assume that they're playing every day because they gotta max out their preparation and catch up to the curve that's the rest of the veterans in the National Football League. Cool. Thank you.
There he is, the head coach of your Miami Dolphins. Yes, sir. We are talking, of course, of Mike McDaniel. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Let me get to his comments in just a second here. First of all, let me tell you about LinkedIn Jobs. Folks, you're gearing up, right? You're getting your business straightened out. You got to have the right people around you. That's what it's all about, especially for small businesses. You want to fire on all cylinders, right? I'm a small business myself, and when I'm trying to find a good producer, if I'm trying to find some talent, if I'm trying to find somebody to help me out in social media, if I'm trying to find somebody in sales, LinkedIn Jobs will make it easier for you to find the people you want to talk to faster. And how about this? For free. It's a beautiful thing. Create a free job post in minutes on LinkedIn Jobs to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. That's a lot of people. Then you can add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so the network can help you find the right people to hire. Now, simple tools. They've got the screening questions. They make it easy for you to focus on the candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and, of course, hire. This is why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1, folks, in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. I was able to get a salesperson out of LinkedIn Jobs. Right now, folks, LinkedIn Jobs will help you find the candidates you want to talk to faster. Did you know that every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/big-O. That's linkedin.com/big-O to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. All right, let's go over some of the comments from the head coach. And first of all, and the part of the head coach talking a little bit about Godsey being one of the assistant coaches on the Baltimore staff. Okay, now we make so much about this. That, oh my God, they signed this player, they signed that player, they're going to steal information, this, that. You know what's hilarious is how some people in the media and how fans, okay, some of you out there, how you think coaches are incredibly stupid. Yeah. You basically think they're incredibly stupid. Oh, no, tell me what I don't see. So is Godsey going to make Lamar Jackson a more accurate passer? No. Is he going to assist him in reading the defense faster? No. No, he's not. So let me ask you something. You think about it. What kind of advantage can Godsey probably? He's the offensive guy, not the defensive guy. So what can he really? You think Lamar Jackson? He's smart enough. He knows where he's failing. He knows exactly what happened when he watches that film. He knows why he couldn't answer the zero cover blitz. He doesn't need Godsey. You're like assuming that Lamar Jackson's an idiot and that Jim Harbaugh's an idiot. or John Harbaugh. Jim is an idiot. John Harbaugh is an idiot. You're assuming that their offensive coaching staffs are just a bunch of dummies. I mean, that franchise, last time I checked, they go to the playoffs every year. They probably have pretty competent coaches there on average. Offense, defense, special teams. Something tells me John Harbaugh has done a pretty good job over the years of hiring assistant coaches. So you think that the guy that Belichick picks up, that, he's got to steal information from that guy because Belichick doesn't see what's wrong on film? Come on, dude. But what do you think, Devontae Parker? Hey, coach, we should go down there 5 days early and adjust to the heat. You think it was Devontae Parker's call? Come on, man. That we have taken this whole thing about hiring somebody else's player or ex-player or whatever, like that player is going to answer everything. You know, Lynn Bowden Jr. is a guy that liked Preston Williams' tweet. How is that guy going to give an opponent an advantage against any team, including the Dolphins? Come on, man. We get to this point where, and it's media and it's fans, and you just got to stop, man. You just got to stop. These coaches know exactly what's going on. Whether they know how to solve the problem, well, then, then you're asking Godsey, then he should become the offensive coordinator since he has all the answers. But that's not what he was hired to do, right? It's just funny, man. It really is hilarious how we make it sound like these players know nothing, the coaches know nothing, and no, let's just sign what is the 64th player on their roster, and let's bring him over because the 64th player on the roster is really going to make an absolute difference for us going into this week's game. Devontae or whatever, nothing helped the Patriots this week. Godsey is not going to help the Ravens win this week. If the Ravens beat the Dolphins, it's because they outplayed them that day, not because they got some secret sauce from Godsey. It's just ridiculous. The other thing I liked about what the coach was talking about was giving his assistant coaches ownership of their responsibilities. And I love that for us overall in general, just selfishly. Okay, before I get to the football side of it, but just selfishly for us, he just answered all our questions. We don't have to ask who made that call anymore. It wasn't the coach. So if you don't like what this guy's doing, well, then you know that it's that guy making the calls. So if you don't like the defensive calls, if you don't like Jalen Phillips in coverage, that's not the head coach doing it. Now, you can pick on the head coach if Josh Boyer isn't doing a good job overall, which you can't say that. Overall, he's doing a great job. You want to nitpick and say, well, I'm not big on Jalen Phillips in coverage. Okay. I explained that yesterday. You can go back and listen to it. But I love that. One, he empowers his coaches. Part of being a good leader, a great leader, I think, actually, is you have to identify the right people to bring on board, and then you have to empower those people. If you have to micromanage everybody, then you hired the wrong people. That's it. So whether I was running 12-10 or doing the onside stuff or doing this, I don't have to micromanage Sean Stanley. He's usually 8 steps ahead of me on everything, pretty much. There are times where, hey, we should do that. Oh, no, it's already done. Once in a while, I'll suggest something, and all I'm ever going to get from Stanley is, yeah, no, that's already done. That's it. But I don't have to micromanage the dude because that's kind of the idea. That's what every person that leads You don't want to hire people to then, like Bill Belichick, then micromanage all of them. Okay, it works out for you, but bro, that's your hell. Then why you hire these people? It's just the weirdest thing. So I'm glad that Mike McDaniel is hiring his defensive coordinator to be the defensive coordinator, and let the linebackers coach own it, and let the offensive line coaches own it, and so on and so forth. Special teams, you name it. I like that. And that also has to be a good vibe for assistant coaches around the league. Oh, no, man, I'll work for that guy. He'll let me be a coach. He's not going to micromanage me and hire me and then tell me what to do. Yeah. The DB coach doesn't want, he's the DB coach. He knows defensive backs. He doesn't need you hovering over him to, no, you need to coach this, you need to coach that, and let's do this, and let's do that. And why'd you hire me? It's like Randy Mueller. He comes into Saban's office and he says, "Oh, okay, coach. I'm in the preparation for our draft. Here's our reports on these players." And he goes, "Well, I've got my own reports." And he whips them out. What the hell did you hire Randy Mueller for? So you want to micromanage everything. That's not a good thing. It might work out for some, but more often than not, it's probably going to backfire on you. I like that, what McDaniel's doing. Empower your coaches, man. Give them an opportunity. You know, I think it's really, really important. The injured players, not much there. He's just, he's hoping that they come back. He didn't give us anything. And he's not going to give us anything, so he doesn't have to give the Ravens anything. So I totally understand, why he would do that. It sucks for us, but, you got to look at the bigger picture than anything else. All right, folks. Welton Rheaume, they are the sponsors of our text line at 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welton Rheaume text line. And by the way, if you got any baseball questions, send them in right now on the Welton Rheaume text line, on the YouTube chat board if you want, even on my Twitter page at Big O Show. Why do I say that? Because we are going to step into the batter's box with the one and only Craig Mish.
Time to step in the batter's box with one of the best insiders covering Major League Baseball and the Miami Marlins, Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rheaume Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation. 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLAlaw.com. Here's insider Craig Mish.
Is the one and only. How are you doing, Mishmeister? You doing good?
I'm doing well, man. It's great to have everything going on at the same time. Baseball, football. It's lots.
I just want to get to the baseball playoffs. I just want to get to the playoffs.
We're almost there. We're almost
there, man. So, does Judge get to break steroid records?
It looks like it. I mean, he's getting really close. I don't know that he's going to hit more than 61.
Do you get that feeling? Do you get that feeling that the rest of
I
us
think
are
he's
like,
going to do it.
please, dude, no, but just like, please, dude, beat the cheaters. Like, please, do us a favor, beat the cheaters, right?
Well, beat the cheaters. That's not going to happen.
No, not to 70.
No, come on.
If
there was another 100 games.
What is it, 73, right? It's something like that, right?
73 for Bonds, 70 for McGuire, 66 for Sosa.
Now he won't even get to Sosa.
No, he'll get Maris, 61.
Yeah, he'll get Maris. He'll definitely get, but that's not the cheater, bro. Come on, that's the problem. Poor Maris.
I know. I think Maris's family said that he was they were disappointed that Judge considered Bonds the home run record. So.
I'm with him. I'm with the family there. I look at Roger as still the home run record for me, But I will say there would be it would be nice for a clean player, or what we think is a clean player.
We really don't know.
Right, we really don't know. I mean, in the end.
You assume.
Yeah, we assume. It's just Judge looks like a good dude overall, bro. I don't know what you know personally about him, but
I don't know a lot.
Huh?
I don't know a lot about him, no.
Oh, he looks like a decent dude, bro. He does. He's I'll tell you this, for a Yankee player, he's actually a guy you would root for, and some Yankee players in the past, maybe you don't root for him and all that, arrogant or something like that, but that's one dude that you can root for him, man.
Seems like he's got a pretty tight grip on his outside life, so that usually means that what you see is what you get.
Are you looking at the Yankees in a better light for the postseason right now than what we've seen in the because you kind of still feel that in other words, are the Mets better built for the postseason than the Yankees?
Yes, I do think so.
Why?
The Yankees
Explain
have
that. Explain that.
The Mets have DeGrom and Scherzer, and I think that if provided Marte is healthy, I think that the Mets offense replicates, if not maybe even better. They have a lot of bat to ball skills. They take a lot of pitches. They got Nimmo getting on base. You got Marte coming up. You got Alonso. You got Francisco Lindor. I mean, I think on paper the Mets are absolutely in a better position to beat the Yankees. The only problem with the Mets is they have to go through the Dodgers. That's a big issue.
Right, exactly. And in the American League, you're still looking at it as the Astros, and the Astros also better built for the postseason too. You feel right?
And Verlander comes back Friday. I think the team that has my interest the most, just to see, what kind of damage they can do, because it appears like they're that team of destiny. And again, that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Is Seattle? Seattle does feel like they're that team that's going to make a big run here. But they got to go through Tampa Bay in the first round and got to start on the road too, because Tampa Bay will probably be the first wild card. But if Seattle gets by Tampa, I could see them getting very far, very far.
Yeah, right now, Tampa, Seattle, and Baltimore. Well, Baltimore's a half game out. Are you shocked with Baltimore, by the way?
I'm
the
surprised.
Season they've had, because I did not see. Yeah. I did not see this coming from Baltimore.
They didn't see it either. They did not see it either. Right, yeah. But I think that what this does for them is it puts, the Orioles, see, this, maybe the people who only follow baseball the last 10 years don't, but the Orioles have this historic franchise and a lot of experience with spending money. Like, they did this in the past. They got big free agents. So I really think that with the farm system that they have and the young kids that have come up, that you're going to see them in the offseason put the pedal down and start getting some free agents and really try and fight to win the division. And by the way, not impossible that they can. I don't think anyone in that division is formidable enough at this point to think that the Orioles can't take a big step next year. So that's a team I'll be watching.
Yeah, no, definitely. And what happened? What happened with that franchise? Why did they not stay the course of being a highly respectable franchise like they were for so long?
Yeah, so the issue was, and it has now changed, is the owner of the team is still the owner now, Peter Angelos, although there's a lot of fighting amongst family, like who owns the team and who doesn't. They didn't have their TV rights completed at the time. There's been fighting with that as well. But really, the critical mistake that the Orioles made, which kind of put them behind the 8 ball for a few years, was the owner refused to spend any money internationally to get these highly touted prospects, like the ones that you're seeing play, like Juan Soto and Ronald Acuna. And I mean, I could do this forever. Rafael Devers.
What do you want to do? Build a wall and keep them out?
He just refused to spend any money on them. He just did not feel like it was a worthwhile acquisition to be in the mix, spending that bonus pool that they got.
Half your league is led by Hispanic players. Yeah, no, it's not worth it.
He didn't do it. And so what happened was they basically fired everybody, and they hired as the vice president and general manager a guy named Mike Elias, who came over from the Houston Astros. And that's the way that they did business with the Astros. Say what you want about the cheating. I don't know about you, Orlando. Does it really matter? The Astros are winning 90, 100 games every year. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Trash. Like, everyone is still on this trash cans thing. Honestly, I get it.
You got busted for cheating, bro. I mean, it's just it's there. You got to carry it. Dude, How long were they talking Black Sox?
But they didn't even need to do it, Houston. They're still look at
80
they're
years
right back where
later,
they were.
they did a movie of the Black Sox. You know what I mean?
It's a shame that they did that because honestly, they didn't need to. But Jose Altuve and Carlos Correa,
Donaghy,
Jordan
Tim
Alvarez. Well, they
Donaghy,
got him from LA.
Sammy Sosa. It doesn't. Once you get busted for cheating and it's visible there, it's there for everybody to see. Your corked bat exploding, Sammy. After you said, all these things just you're done. You're done. It follows you forever, bro. I don't care if you're Art Schlichter. Okay, it doesn't matter. It stays with you like luggage, bro.
It does, but it appears that it didn't make a difference because Houston
right.
good.
What it appears is that the Astros cheated, but they were also damn good.
Still are.
So it's like giving Barry Bonds steroids. Barry Bonds was a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yes.
A 5-tool stud. He wasn't a power hitter, but he was a 5-tool stud that will get you 27, 35 home runs. Okay? That's what Barry was in those days. So he was an automatic, but then all of a sudden now you juice him, and well, then all of a sudden the ball looks like a grapefruit. And now the ball is going out, out of the park all the time. And chicks dig the long ball. So
anyway,
that's all it is. It's Houston was a great team, and you gave a great team another advantage.
Right. So Jeff Luhnow was the one that was running that team, but his right-hand man was Mike Elias. And Elias left Houston, and the Orioles owner came in and said, you know what? What we're doing here the last 5-10 years is spending a lot of money on free agents. We're not winning. We have no what can I do? Mike Elias comes in and says, here's the deal. I'm going to have to tear this down. I'm going to do it the same way that I did it in Houston. We're going to be really bad for 5 years, but we're not just going to be really bad. We're going to be awful. We're going to be so awful that we're going to get the first pick in the draft every year. Not the third, not the fifth, the first. They did it. They did it. they got some unbelievable.
So they did the Sixers. They did the Sixers thing, right? The what's that called?
All the way down. And now it's paid off. It's another reason that when people say tanking is bad and look, no one really likes it. I get it. It looks like it's going to work again with the Orioles because they're loaded in their farm system and they have a good market to spend money. And the way that they have it going right now, next year and for the next 5-10 years, they're going to be extremely formidable. Very good team.
Tanking's not bad as long as you know what to do with everything that you get after that. Because if you're going to put your franchise through it and you're going to put your fan base through it, you better make it worth their while.
Absolutely.
But then again, when you're a franchise that's been floundering for, I don't know, a couple decades now, what the hell, dude? Go for it. Do it anyway. That's why what Chris Greer did a couple of years back, what the hell? You weren't doing anything for 20 years anyway. So why not tear it completely down to the bone and then rebuild it? And maybe it ends up working out. So we'll find out. I like that.
Yeah.
All right.
And by the way, that's the way, if you're going to do it, some teams have tried to duct tape it and said, and you know what? The Marlins are in that category where they didn't go, they went really far down, but not far enough, like not all the way to the core. And they tried to kind of pull out of it a little too quick. And the Orioles were just like, nah, we're losing 100 for like 5 straight years, man. And they did. And they got Adley Rutschman and Gunnar Henderson and, some 2 stud starting pitchers that they have coming up. It is going to be something to watch anyway.
All right. That's good. It's good to see the Orioles. It would be nice to see them back. And plus, dude, if you're going to be in that division with those 2 monsters and then Tampa Bay doing their thing,
Toronto.
You got 2 teams that spend a lot of money. Yeah. In Toronto and then and Tampa, man, you got a lot of stuff to compete with. All right. On the flip side, now we talked about the wild card on the American League side.
Mm-hmm.
San Diego, just outside looking in right now, considering everything that they've done. And I know they've also had some setbacks too. How much of a disaster would it be for the Padres if they don't make the postseason?
It would be bad, but I think it would. I've said all along, I think when I was on with you when they did this, that they were playing more for next year. But now with Tatis out, that changes the game a little bit. Look, I mean, Soto has not been as good as they thought he would be in San Diego, but I still don't question his ability. It is very hard to just mash unit a team and just bring a bunch of dudes together and expect that you're going to win a World Series. But you're right, Orlando, making the postseason, if they didn't get in, would be a little bit disastrous. But I do think them having a full spring training with these guys next year, getting Tatis back in June, having Soto, some of these other players that they have, Machado's, have a great year. I think next year will be a year you'll see them jump off a little bit. It wouldn't shock me to see them not make it.
All right, so let me just end it with the negativity. The Marlins. What do we know? What is the plan for next year? Do they plan on doing anything for us to try to, entice us to love
Like what?
baseball again? Win. Try to win. Try to really be a decent team. I'm not asking you to go out and challenge the damn Dodgers because I know you can't. They've got an endless amount of cash. But I'm just saying.
It'll be a lot. I will say this. It will be a lot more interesting to have me on in a few weeks than it will be for the next few weeks, because I just don't think that look, do I know some things that are happening, and do I have a little bit more of a clearer picture? Yes, I do. I'm not going to say that I don't, but I'm not going to sit. There's a lot of jobs that are at stake right now with the Marlins Orlando. I wouldn't want to be that person that someone's talking about me like that. So what I'd like to do, and I promise that I will, is in the end, when this all gets blown up at the end of the season, I don't know to what degree it will be, but there'll be a lot of changes. When it happens, we will definitely run through it. I think that they're formulating a plan as to how to move forward a little bit, and I think it will be interesting. And again, there'll be a lot of information that I'll be able to bring to you, but it's kind of pointless right now. What's happening right now? It's a disaster. They're playing out the stretch.
I know.
They
I don't
can't
care
score
about
runs.
this
It's no
disaster.
fun. To answer your question directly, are they going to be in a position next year to win? Win what? They're not going to make the postseason next year based on the team that they have this year.
Yeah,
Are they
but I
gonna
mean,
spend
can they
money?
that's what I mean.
A little bit, but not to your liking. Not enough to your liking.
Man, I just want our baseball team to be decent, dude. God,
Well, you're
bless.
telling me. I mean, I've been doing this
I
for
know,
5 years.
I know.
I've been doing this for, what am I talking? I take it back. I've been doing this since almost 1993. Okay.
Yeah, you've been doing it a long
I've been
time.
around longer than anybody covering this team in some way as media, but I've been really the last 5 years when they started over again, I jumped back in harder because I believed in what was going to happen. And now we've hit this huge fork in the road again. And this is another, no one wants to say it. It is sort of another direction. Another rebuild is strong, but it's another.
They're not good enough to be called a rebuild.
It's right, but with Jeter gone and Gary Denbo gone and more people gone after the season, it's another little bomb drop and say, okay, now where do we go from here? It's tough, man. It's tough. I can't sit here and say that their win projection when we do that next year, Orlando, on FanGraphs or FanDuel or anywhere else you want to go. If you said to me, based on what you know, Craig, and what you think they'll add in the offseason, how many games do you think that their projected number to bet against, win or lose, or what will they project it to be? It's going to be in the 70s. It's going to be in the mid to low 70s again. So they will have to be massive overachievers next year to make people happy. And they're only going to win about 65 games this year. So you're telling me that they're going to, no matter what they do, they're going to have a 20 game improvement next year based on moves they make this offseason?
They'll have some kind of a young and unproven manager or something on this team.
I would agree.
Yeah, they're not going to have.
But again, as we get closer to all of that, I will absolutely be able to shed a lot more light on it. I'll be fun with you because I enjoy doing this with you, but it's going to be a boring, no info conversation until we get to the end. And full transparency, that's what the Marlins Orlando are waiting for. As soon as this season ends, or right on the cusp of the end,
Turn the page.
floodgate in terms of that will open up. There's nothing that I could say right now that's going to add any color to this until those things happen.
You can already tell changes are coming. All right. Tell them about the Sports Grid, my friend, so they can check you out twice a day.
Yes, 2:00 Eastern. We're back on the air today. So I go have some lunch, take a break, and then I'm back at 2:00 Eastern on Sports Grid. We talk about the business of sports betting. We're starting to get some numbers in from sports betting around the country in the month of August, and they're providing data on the first week of the NFL season in September and like geolocations, how many people are betting. We cover that kind of topic at 2:00 Eastern. So stay tuned for that. And then fantasy football is here. So every day at 11 a.m. Eastern, I'm doing fantasy football talk.
There you go. Talk about the Cleveland Browns' new logo for an hour.
We did that already today. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Everybody's done it. Oh, my God. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Craig Mish. Check out Swings and Mishes. It is a Marlins podcast.
Sorry.
What can I tell you? Sports Grid. That's where you really want to check him out. Of course, the Herald, So he's all over. He's like Sagua Fair. He's everywhere. He is Craig Mish. Craig, much love, my brother. We'll catch up next week.
All right. Have a great week, Orlando. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We step out of the batter's box like John Crook getting thrown by Randy Johnson.
You've been listening to The Batter's Box with MLB and Marlins insider Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rheaume Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, homeowners, or condo property damage, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation at 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLA.com. Download any episode by subscribing to our podcast at Big O Radio Show on most platforms.
All right. Let's see. Jonathan Levy. They are trading Jazz, aren't they? Brian Walters. Hey, Big O, thanks for having Craig Mosh. I've been flowing him for a long time. I have his show on YouTube. I know exactly what you're saying, Brian. It just sounds funny. And then followed up by Carlos Segarro. They talk baseball. I fall asleep. I get why they talk baseball, but I'm not eliminating it, okay? I love baseball. I'm going to keep talking baseball. I want to have a baseball segment on the show. I want baseball fans to have something that they can talk about. There isn't a lot of baseball talk. We'll get to the playoffs now. We'll be able to talk about the other teams. It sucks. I would love to talk about the Marlins, but if the Marlins don't want to make themselves interesting, then we'll find the other things that are interesting in baseball, and we'll talk about them. What else can I tell you, man? I'd love to be, talking Marlins and giving them a ton of love and all that stuff, but what can I do? But I do love baseball, and I'm going to continue to talk about baseball. And that segment, believe it or not, people are downloading that segment a lot on the audio side. So the baseball fans, they don't have a lot of options. So at least we give them a little fix for them, basically, is what we're doing. All right. When sports and business collide, folks, we like to do something that is called the KSDT CPA Sports Business Report. Some amazing lifetime deals are developing, and this one comes from the National Basketball Association, where Steph Curry is set to sign a lifetime contract with sports brand Under Armour that could be worth more than $1 billion, according to Rolling Stone. The four-time NBA champion first partnered with Under Armour in 2013 with his current reported $20 million a year deal with the Baltimore-based brand to run until 2024. Interesting, we're talking about the Orioles now. We're talking about a brand that makes its home in Baltimore. In 2020, the Golden State Warriors legend Under Armour launched Curry Brand, a dedicated apparel division designed to draw younger consumers. Curry will join Elite Company in signing a lifetime sportswear contract. In the NBA, only icons Michael Jordan and LeBron James, who signed a lifetime Nike deal in 2015 that's believed to be worth more than $1 billion, have been rewarded with such contracts. Derrick Rose also agreed to a lifetime deal with Adidas in 2012, but it has been revealed that the injury-plagued star's contract expires in 2025. So it really wasn't lifetime. It was, lifetime if you can stay in one piece. Soccer icons Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi are also lifetime partnerships with Nike and Adidas, respectively. Ronaldo's Nike deal signed in 2016 is worth $1 billion, whereas the terms of Messi's agreement in 2017 are not known. So the NBA has, that's it. So that's a story right there. And so he's going to get $1 billion deal from Under Armour. Great move by Under Armour, because you're talking about a guy that's had a great career, a great representative of just being a man, a family man, a basketball player, and for your organization. So really cool stuff, and obviously the greatest shooter possibly in the history of the NBA. A guy that a lot of kids follow. So good move by Under Armour. Very good move overall. And by the way, for those of you, if you are looking for, let's say, a little help, and when we talk about, some people, they talk about just straight up taxes, and KSDT, of course, KSDT CPAs will do your personal taxes. They will do your business taxes, but they also do assurance. They also do not just regular taxes, but estate and gift tax, international taxation, payroll issue management, retirement planning. They do all kinds of stuff like that. They do forensic accounting and business evaluation, management advisory services like forecast, projections, and budgets, implementation of account software, automation of procedures to improve cost effectiveness of operations. They have so many ways to help your business become so much more efficient. So at the end of the year, you've got more profit in your pocket. Isn't that what it's all about? Call the folks at KSDT CPAs. They're in 3 different counties, in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. 305-670-3370. In Dade, they're in Dade Land. In Broward, they're in Weston, and they're in West Palm Beach. 305-670-3370. Tell them that Big O sent you. That's your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
It's a beautiful thing. By the way, our program is proudly brought to you by Slomin's Home Shield. Make sure you give them a ring because you can get a free doorbell camera. Alarmo, bring Alarmo to your home. 1-800-ALARM-ME. And for the first 40 Big O listeners, you will get a free doorbell camera. 1-800-ALARM-ME. And the camera connects directly to your smartphone, so that way you know everything going on. All the cameras will connect to your smartphone. If you want to put one inside the house, want to put one in the backyard, you can do that. You want to put one out towards the street, maybe you want to catch something crazy going on, so you can post it on social media, and that way everything goes crazy. Yeah. Well, listen, when you call Slomin's at 1-800-ALARM-ME, we're going to give you that free doorbell camera when you use our customized home security system and professional installation. When you use our low-cost central station monitoring, you're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. I mean, it's just amazing. Easy keypad to use. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME for the Slomin's Home Shield. There you go. Big O, please tell me how steroids makes a baseball look bigger. That's a dumb statement. Actually, steroids improves your vision. So, improves your vision, improves your reflexes, improves many different things, actually. The roids help you out in many different ways. And because the ball looks like a grapefruit, the part you didn't understand, besides your vision, your reflexes are so much faster. So I don't know if you know this, Andy, because, you have a tendency of bringing up stuff on a consistent basis that's completely out of left field because you really don't know what the hell you're talking about sometimes. He used to practice with cork balls. Do you know what a cork ball is? It's like the size of a golf ball. That was his pitching machine. So what do you think the baseball looks like? Don't know if you knew that, Andy. But the steroid fiend had a pitching machine with cork balls. The guy was seeing cork balls. So what do you think the baseball looked like to him? A grapefruit. You can see a cork ball. You can spot a baseball a mile away. Plus, your reflexes are so much faster. You're stronger. It helps you in everything. Why do you think Ben Johnson became the fastest man in the world? You become stronger. You become faster. Reflexes, everything. Even vision has been known to improve with steroids. So you get everything gets enhanced, including your head. It grows also, which I had no idea. Did anybody know that your head can grow and then shrink? Have you seen Bonds? Go look at Bonds in his heyday, when he was, and his head is just like it's like he put a helmet on. And then after that, done. I just looked up this baby cakes thing. Laughing my ass off, dude. He should have showed them the actual mascot on the field, not the logo. That thing is creepy as hell. I know. Big O, I just put a little on flow. Ooh, Robert, me too. You got it at 185, 186. I love it. I love it. I have loaded up on flow now the last 24 hours. I loaded up on the last dip when it came down to that under the $2 area, 191, 192, 189, 186, 185. I think I may have it even as low as, I think I may have a little flow under 184, maybe. Let me see. Let me see my flow. Let me see my flow. Got 186, 188. No, yeah, that's it. Those were the lowest ones. 186, 188, 185. That's it. Those are the lowest ones that I've had. And I've bought it several times there. So I'm with you, my brother. I got myself a little flow also. We're not financial advisors, by the way. Okay? Just in case for all of you out there. Robert Triana is not a financial advisor. I'm not a financial advisor. We're just guys that like crypto and we invest in it. You do your own homework. You invest however you want to invest. But Robert Triana and I will go with flow and not Brian Flores. All right, we're out of here. We thank, of course, Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. We thank Ian Rapoport, Matt Verderam, and Craig Mish. One hell of a freaking lineup. Of course, the man that masters this program every single day, the one and only Sean Stanley, baby. We appreciate him every single day. Most of all, we thank all of you that tuned in here on the mothership, or those of you that are watching on our Cuts channel, because all this week we've got the Cuts channel also going live on all of our events there. So we've got that just in case people miss up on this one, then maybe they catch it on the other one. Hell, I saw John Rouse in the house over on the Cuts channel. I don't know if he was still watching, but the Rouse was in the house. There you go. I like it. Anyway, we will see you all there tomorrow at Hialeah Park at 10 a.m., baby. We'll be locked and loaded and ready to go. So come on out to the second floor poker room. We'll be out there at Hialeah Park. Thank you all out there. Y'all be safe.